Did you know Jesus shared 37 parables during his time on earth? Simple stories on the surface, but packed with layers of deep, eternal truths. Why did the Son of God, the greatest teacher to ever walk the earth, choose to teach through cryptic stories about seeds on rocky soil, a single lost coin, or a prodigal son who ran away? Why not give plain, direct lectures or deep theological explanations? The answer reveals the very soul of his mission. He wanted his words to reach the humble, the seekers, the ordinary people like you and me, striking a chord that was both unforgettable and deeply transformative. A parable, at its most basics, is an earthly story carrying a heavenly meaning. But spoken by Jesus, it becomes something far deeper. His words stirred crowds to wonder, exposed the silent pride of the self-righteous, and unlocked the mysteries of the kingdom for those willing to truly listen. Whether for a farmer tilling soil, a merchant hunting treasure, or a widow counting coins, these tales exposed eternal truths hidden in plain sight. They felt simple yet demanded quiet reflection. They pierced the human heart. Imagine standing in the crowd by the Sea of Galilee, the sun warming your face as Jesus begins to speak. A sower went out to sow. He doesn't yell dogma or issue rigid commandments. Instead, he paints a picture that draws you in. Suddenly, you realize he is talking about you, about the soil of your heart. Picture him describing a shepherd leaving 99 sheep to hunt for the single one that strayed. One lone sheep worth so little, yet risked for so much. As those words echo, your heart is split open by a quiet realization. You are that lost sheep, and God is the relentless shepherd chasing you down. In this deep biblical journey, we will trace all 37 parables Jesus taught, uncovering their psychology, context, and power to transform your life today. Whether you are struggling with forgiveness, searching for purpose, or yearning to understand God's heart for the broken, these stories speak to you. We have provided chapters below so you can easily navigate and reflect on the parables that resonate most. If you are ready, let us begin to uncover the power and purpose of these ancient tales. Stories that will challenge you, transform your identity, and draw you ever closer to the heart of God. As the crowd gathers on a warm Galilean morning, Jesus steps into a small boat rocking gently by the shoreline. The crowd presses close, people spilling onto the wet sand and standing shoulder to shoulder, eager to hear this teacher who speaks with ultimate authority. The waves lap softly against the wood and Jesus begins to speak. Not with dry dogma or heavy religious jargon, but with a simple story. A sower went out to sow. From Matthew chapter 13, the crowd falls silent. Farmers in Galilee knew this scene intimately. Planting seeds was their survival, something they witnessed with their own eyes every season. They could easily picture the sower in his field, a bag slung across his chest, scattering seeds with deliberate, sweeping movements. The image is familiar, but there is something strangely reckless about this sower. He plants everywhere. Some seeds fall on the hard path, where the dirt is compacted by passing feet. Hungry birds swoop down, devouring the grain before it can even touch the earth. Other seeds land on rocky ground, where the soil is terribly shallow. At first, they shoot up quickly, showing great promise, but when the sun rises high, their roots find no depth, and they wither under the scorching heat. Some fall among thorns, starting to grow but are quickly choked by the weeds crowding them. The thorns steal all their nutrients, so the plants never mature or bear fruit. And then there is the rich, deep, cultivated soil. Here the seeds sink deep, take firm root, and grow strong and healthy. The harvest is staggering, 30, 60, or even 100 times what was sown. Jesus finishes his tale and looks at the silent crowd. His words hang like a solemn challenge. Whoever has ears, let them hear. Matthew 13, verse 9. The crowd exchanges glances. Some nod, perhaps picturing their own dry fields. Others look utterly confused. A story about farming. What could that possibly mean? But for seekers ready to listen, Jesus is offering far more than simple farming wisdom. Later, when Jesus is alone with his disciples, they ask him to explain the mystery. They recognize a profound hidden truth buried beneath his words. The seed is the word of God, he explains in Luke chapter 8, verse 11. The sower represents anyone who spreads the message of God's kingdom. Jesus, his first followers, and even believers today. The different soils mirror the psychological state of those who listen. The first soil, the hard path, is cold and compacted, impenetrable. The message is scattered, but it never sinks in. Instead, the enemy, like those birds, quickly snatches it away. When anyone hears the truth of the kingdom but fails to grasp it, the evil one steals what was sown in their hearts. Matthew 13:19. These souls hear the truth but immediately dismiss it. Their hearts are calloused by pride, distraction, or ancient wounds entirely closed off. Have you ever tried sharing your own faith only to watch them brush it aside? Or maybe you have felt God's word grow distant because your own inner ground was too hard. Then there is the rocky soil, shallow, fragile, and easily shaken. These listeners welcome the message with sudden passion. They are deeply moved, and for a brief moment they seem to thrive in their faith. But the sun rises bringing trials, pain, and hardship, and they wither away. The seed on rocky ground represents the one who hears the message and instantly embraces it with joy, but lacking deep roots, they cannot endure. When trouble or persecution strikes because of their belief, they stumble and fall away. Matthew 13:21. These are people who crave divine blessings but refuse the steep price of true discipleship. Their faith remains superficial because their inner world remains uncultivated. How many of us have endured seasons of trial that shook our core? Have you wondered why sacred truths fail to take root inside you during dark moments? Christ reminds us that shallow belief cannot survive the cold. We must let our roots reach deep through quiet trust and resilience. The third soil is thorny ground, crowded and cluttered. These minds let the truth sprout, but it is quickly strangled by everyday anxieties, the false promise of wealth, and the lust for more. The seed falling among thorns is the person who hears the word, but the anxieties of this world and the illusion of wealth strangle it, leaving it completely barren. Matthew 13:22. These thorns are quiet but lethal, representing everything competing for our devotion. The idols we shape and the noise we tolerate that drifts us away from the divine. This soil holds a mirror to most of our modern lives. We hear truth, we begin to reach upward, but we are too tangled in ambition, anxiety, and comfort for the seed to bloom. Have you felt that choking grip, the constant demand to achieve, earn, or manage every corner of your existence? Christ challenges us to find the weeds choking our souls and uproot them before they destroy us. Finally, we look at the good soil, hearts soft, receptive, and ready to welcome the seed. The seed on fertile ground represents the one who listens and truly understands. This is the soul that bears a harvest yielding 160 or 30 times what was sown. Matthew 13:23. Here lies the miracle. The seed takes root, digs deep, and yields an abundant harvest. These individuals do not merely listen to the word. They live it, letting it reshape their entire existence. Their faith survives any storm, resists all distraction, and leaves an eternal mark. This ancient parable of the sower is actually a mirror. It demands we look at our own depths. What ground are we think? Are we calloused like the path, shallow like the rocks, or smothered by thorns? Or are we fertile soil? This lesson focuses not on the seed, but the ground. Divine truth is perfect, alive, and powerful, yet its impact depends entirely on the state of our hearts. So how do we cultivate fertile soil? By shattering the hard crust of pride with humility and sending roots deep through silent prayer and scripture. We must clear away the thorns of worry through total surrender and trust. Have you recognized your own heart in these soils? Perhaps you are navigating a rocky season, or the thorns are closing in. But here is the hope the sower never stops sowing. God constantly scatters His truth, offering us endless chances to awaken and grow. What kind of ground will you choose to be today? Will you let truth burrow deep to completely reshape your life? Leaving the solemn challenge of the sower behind, Jesus shifts His focus to the mysterious power of the kingdom, how it starts small, expands, and changes everything. Picture Him teaching on a Galilean hillside, His voice drifting over the silent crowd as He shares a simple yet deeply profound truth. This is the quiet mystery of the mustard seed, a story of incredibly tiny beginnings, and how God takes the tiniest act of faith and turns it into something world-changing. He begins with a question that draws everyone close. How shall we describe the kingdom of God, or what parable shall we use to explain it? Mark 4:30. The crowd leans in, hungry for His words. Many are poor, forgotten, enduring the iron grip of Roman oppression. They have spent lifetimes waiting for a Messiah, a military ruler to restore their nation. Yet, what He says next shatters their expectations. It is like a mustard seed, the smallest of all seeds on the earth. Yet once planted, it rises to become the greatest of all garden plants. Is your mind hiding a silent ancient power? Mark 4:31 describes a mustard seed so small you could hold dozens in your palm without feeling their weight. To those listening, this was a deeply unsettling image. They envisioned raw power gold and mighty armies to crush their rulers. But Jesus offered a completely different path, compares the kingdom of God to the smallest of seeds, a thing easily ignored or dismissed as insignificant. Imagine a farmer dropping this speck into dry Galilean dirt, completely ignored by a busy world as it vanishes into the dark earth. Days pass, then weeks. Slowly a green shoot breaks the surface, growing stronger and taller. In time, this miniature seed swells into a massive 10-foot-tall tree, its thick branches stretching wide into the air. Wild birds nest in its cool shade, finding safety. What began as an invisible speck now towers over the garden, offering life and sanctuary. This simple riddle is profound because it reveals how the divine kingdom actually grows. It starts in secret, completely ignored. Look at Jesus Himself, born not in a palace but a damp stable in Bethlehem, far from power. He was raised in Nazareth, a town so insignificant that skeptics sneered, "Can any good come from there?" Nazareth, John 1:46. He gathered social outcasts, fishermen, and tax collectors, urging them to follow His path. Constructing His kingdom with outcasts, the world easily discarded. These beginnings were microscopic, but the psychological impact was, and remains, immeasurable. From this tiny spark, a message of hope swept across the globe, transforming human hearts and cultures for over 2,000 years. It became the massive mustard tree, offering sanctuary to weary souls, deep rest to the heavily burdened, and vital life to those who dare to believe. Imagine the crowd hearing Jesus speak. They were desperate people, trapped under brutal Roman tyranny, starving for rescue. To their heavy hearts, a divine kingdom felt like an impossible, distant dream, too beautiful to dare believe. His words forced them to look beyond their pain. This kingdom has no instant army or political force. It rises slowly, quietly, until its reality is undeniable. This ancient truth still speaks to us today. How often do we feel entirely insignificant in the vast machinery of modern life? You worry your faith is fading, your quiet struggles unnoticed, your life unimportant. Yet the mystery remains. The smallest grain of faith buried in the right soil can shatter your limitations. In Matthew 17:20, Jesus declares that if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can tell this mountain to move, and it will obey. Absolute impossibility vanishes. A tiny spark of belief holds the raw power to reshape your reality once it rests in divine hands. The image of weary birds nesting in the strong branches reveals another deep layer of truth. Those birds are us, restless souls from every background seeking safety from the storms of life. This is no exclusive club. It is a vast, open sanctuary for the broken. The quiet whisper of Jesus' thought, quiet at first, reaches across history, inviting every exhausted, wounded wanderer to finally come home and find peace. Look at the early church, starting with just a few terrified, hiding disciples locked in a dark room after his execution. Yet when a sudden fire ignited their spirits, this trembling group was transformed to carry that light to the absolute edges of the earth. Today, billions of souls find their way by that same ancient light proof of a seed buried so long ago. Yet this story is not merely about some massive historical movement. It is deeply, intensely personal. This microscopic seed is actually a psychological mirror showing how your own internal faith quietly begins. It often starts as a faint whisper, a single desperate plea, or a small flicker of hope in your darkest night. At first, it feels utterly fragile, but when fed, it expands. Have you ever felt a tiny, quiet decision of yours lead to an outcome far larger than you ever dreamed? Perhaps it was an unexpected healing, a broken bond mended, or a crushing weight lifted. This story reminds us that the divine takes our smallest acts of love and reshapes them into a force that heals others. The riddle demands that we trust a slower, deeper timing. Seeds do not mature overnight. A tree does not rise in a single day. God's quiet work inside you grows steadily, often unseen but always expanding. It dares us to stay patient and steady, even when your internal progress feels dead. Do you worry the silent seeds you sow in your family, work, or spirit are completely wasted? This ancient story demands that you hold on. The breakthrough is rarely instant, but the harvest is certain. The divine force is active and your soul will expand. This old riddle of the tiny seed is about your hidden potential. It whispers that your smallest, unseen choices, a kind word, a quiet prayer, a single step, are exactly where your transformation begins. What if your smallest hidden struggles are actually planting something eternal? No silent effort in the soul's kingdom is ever wasted. It grows, offering shelter and beauty to weary souls. What silent seeds are you planting in your life today? Do you trust that God takes your fragile, small beginnings and transforms them into something truly extraordinary. This sacred kingdom never depended on human grandeur. It thrives on deep, unseen faith, humility, and unstoppable power. Shifting from the towering tree of faith, Jesus now points us toward another domestic mystery that haunted his listeners, the silent, microscopic force of yeast working through heavy dough. It is a parable of small beginnings, yes, but deeper still, it reveals an invisible, unstoppable transformation, an unseen power altering everything it touches. A single brief verse, yet it maps how the divine psyche operates within our deepest selves and the wider world. Picture him standing before that ancient, weary crowd, his voice low and magnetic. As he speaks, the kingdom of heaven is like yeast taken by a woman and hidden inside 60 pounds of flour, working silently until the whole batch rose. In Matthew 13th chapter, this ordinary imagery holds deep psychological truth. A woman kneading dough was a common sight in Jewish homes. Bread sustained daily survival. Everyone knew the simple kitchen chemistry, how it took only a microscopic speck of living leaven folded into a massive batch of dough to make the entire loaf swell. This wasn't a grand, dramatic spectacle or a flashy miracle. It was a secret folded into the mundane, a divine truth hidden in the rhythm of everyday life. In the crowd, minds began to stir with wonder. How could something so tiny, so seemingly insignificant possess such absolute power? What does yeast reveal about our inner spiritual architecture? To feel the weight of these words, we must examine what leaven actually is. A living, breathing agent, microscopic, so small that you cannot see it. Yet it is alive, restless, and packed with transformative energy. Once kneaded into lifeless dough, it spreads silently, altering the character of the whole mass. Slowly, invisibly, it releases breath, causing the flour to swell and transform, becoming soft, light, and ready for the fire. The kingdom of God operates just like this. It begins in the shadows, buried deep, yet carries an unstoppable power to recreate everything it touches. It rarely arrives with loud trumpets or demands our attention. Instead, it works quietly, relentlessly, and thoroughly. Picture a woman in a dimly lit, dusty kitchen. She takes a pinch of yeast so minuscule it barely dusts her fingertips and buries it in an immense mound of 60 pounds of flour. That is enough to feed over 100 people. Initially, the process is dead silent. The flour looks completely cold and lifeless. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, the organism wakes up. The dough begins expanding, swelling with warm life. By the time it meets the fire, the entire mass has been utterly recreated. This is the psychological mystery of the divine. It does not descend as a crushing, violent force, demolishing everything. It starts in quiet, microscopic ways, working from the inside out until it thoroughly transforms our minds, our families, and eventually entire societies. This ancient parable speaks directly to the invisible, transformative work of the divine within our souls. In dry seasons, we feel stagnant, wondering if our prayers are secret grief or our faith matter at all. But the teacher assures us the kingdom works like yeast. Once planted in the dark soil of the mind, the divine breath silently reshapes our thoughts, attitudes, and desires until our outer lives reflect that inner light. Have you ever felt this slow, quiet shift? Maybe you remember when truth first pierced your armor, when a stubborn addiction broke a hardened heart, finally softened, or a fractured bond was healed. At first, the shift seemed minor, but slowly the kingdom's power completely reconstructed your reality. This is what Paul describes in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. If anyone is in Christ, a new creation has arrived. The old is gone, the new is here. Just as yeast silently permeates the heavy dough, the divine presence rewires us from the inside out. But this ancient metaphor isn't just about your personal healing. It's about a force that can heal the world. This gospel started as an obscure, fragile movement, just one teacher and 12 simple followers in backwater Galilee. To the empire, it seemed completely insignificant, a mere pinch of leaven in a mountain of flour. But look at what happened. That tiny band of believers carried the fire to every corner of the earth. Today, billions of souls across every culture, language, and nation find their identity here. This quiet, ancient force is still alive, persistently transforming you right now. It shapes cultures, heals hearts, and remakes societies wherever it spreads. And the work goes on with every prayer, every small act of mercy, every quiet conversation that shares hope. It acts like yeast in dough. You might not see the rising right away, but the kingdom is marching forward. Think about how this ancient teaching challenges us today. Do you feel like your own faith is too small, your life too insignificant? Remember the yeast. God never demands giant acts of greatness or grandeur. He moves through the quiet, humble corners of life. His kingdom spreads not through raw power, but through ordinary people living out quiet devotion. Perhaps you are comforting a neighbor, praying for a child, or serving your community. Does it feel like nothing changes? Trust that God is working under the surface. Like yeast, his power is invisible, but always unstoppable. This teaching calls us to be patient. After all, yeast does not transform the flour in a second. It takes hours. In the same way, spiritual growth inside us can feel agonizingly slow, but it is certain. Rest in this promise: the one who started a beautiful work within you will keep shaping it until the day of Jesus Christ, as described in Philippians. Now picture yourself as that quiet dough resting on a counter waiting. The yeast of God's presence is already mixed deep inside your life. It works in the dark, even if you see nothing changing your heart, molding your character, and preparing you for a greater purpose. Those listening to Jesus long ago might have struggled to grasp the full weight of this riddle. But the truth remains. The kingdom is never just about external actions. It is about what God is doing deep beneath the surface, a transformation that is quiet, steady, and unstoppable. What does this message mean for your life today? Are you allowing the yeast of truth to change you? Are you trusting that even the smallest step of faith, love, or obedience can echo into eternity? From the hidden leaven in the dough to tiny seeds buried in a field, these stories invite us to perceive the unseen, trusting the quiet, transforming power of heaven. From this quiet, rising energy, the teacher now shifts our focus to a completely different, captivating image, a vast treasure buried deep in a field waiting for discovery. It is a brief story, only a single verse, yet it holds a timeless message, speaking directly to our deepest desires. Through this short tale, the teacher reveals the true worth of his kingdom, a treasure so priceless that it demands every single thing we own and promises infinitely more in return. Imagine a man walking through an open field on an ordinary day, expecting nothing special. The ground looks common, rocky, dusty, and dry, just like any other plot of land in Galilee. Perhaps he is a poor laborer digging in the dirt, or a traveler taking a shortcut, or just someone minding his own business. Suddenly, his foot strikes something solid beneath the dry soil. Curious, he stops and bends down, clearing away the dust and small stones. His heart starts pounding. There, half sunken in the clay, is a glint of golden sunlight. Something ancient, something heavy. With shaking hands, he scrapes the dirt away, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes what lies there. A massive fortune. Not just a few lost coins, but a chest overflowing with gold and endless riches. This is the discovery of a lifetime. A wealth that could change everything forever. But there is a massive catch. The land belongs to someone else. To claim the fortune, he must buy the entire field legally. So he makes a daring choice. He buries the chest once more, concealing it from other eyes. Then, bursting with wild, breathless joy, he runs back home. The man immediately starts selling every possession: his house, his furniture, his animals. He lets it all go. Neighbors surely think he has lost his sanity. "Why would you throw your life away?" they ask. But the man knows a secret. He knows the secret buried in that dirt is worth 10 times more than his entire life. So with empty pockets and trembling hands, he purchases the land, knowing that hidden beneath the soil is something more precious than gold. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field, which a man found and covered up. Then in his joy he goes and sells all that he has and buys that field, as written in Matthew chapter 13, verse 44. Jesus offers no explanation for this story, but the truth is clear. God's presence is the ultimate treasure, the most valuable possession we can ever find, far eclipsing the fleeting riches of this world. When we finally recognize its true worth, catching just a glimpse of its beauty, we gladly surrender everything to hold on to it. But what does it mean to call this kingdom treasure? To those listening back then, the kingdom meant the real, active rule of God, His presence, His promises, and His restoring work among humanity. It is not some distant destination, but a living reality that begins right here, transforming human hearts and minds. It brings the deep promise of eternal life, total forgiveness, and true reconciliation with the Creator. Imagine stumbling upon such a treasure, something that heals every quiet ache, answers our deepest questions, and fulfills every longing. What if our greatest longing is right before us, yet we treat this kingdom as a mere afterthought, rather than the singular treasure at the center of our existence? This ancient story forces us to look at the cost of the prize. A traveler sells everything to buy a dusty field, his home, his quiet comforts, his entire life. He sheds it all not because he must, but out of sheer joy. This is no bitter bargain to earn the prize. The divine kingdom cannot be bought with currency. It is a mystery freely given by grace, yet it demands total surrender. We must release our grip on hollow distractions to grab hold of what is truly infinite. Consider the wealthy young ruler in Matthew 19, who begged to know how to capture eternal life. Seeing his guarded heart, Jesus told him to strip away his riches, feed the poor, and follow. But the youth walked away in sorrow, unable to let go of his heavy gold. The ultimate treasure stood right before him, yet he chose passing wealth over the eternal. This ancient parable of the hidden treasure asks a piercing question. What are we holding on to that keeps us from this sacred space? Is it wealth, soft comfort, pride, or human praise? Christ makes it clear that nothing matches this holy treasure. It is worth any loss, giving us back infinitely more than we surrender. Yet look closely at his reaction. He does not abandon his goods with a heavy heart, but with deep joy. This discovery transforms him so completely that sacrifice feels like pure profit, not loss. This ecstatic joy is the true heartbeat of faith. When we find Christ, when we witness the profound depths of His love and the majesty of His promise, our inner world shifts. What once mattered suddenly fades into shadow. Paul wrote of this in Philippians chapter 3, verse 8. I count all as ruin compared to the priceless worth of knowing Christ my Lord. That traveler's radical joy reflects a soul finding its eternal home. Have you ever felt this sudden, quiet relief, the realization that Christ alone is enough, that He is the ultimate peace your soul has starved for? Yet this parable warns us that the sacred is often hidden. It rarely looks flashy or grand, and countless souls walk right past it blind to the miracle buried at their feet. In the story, a laborer simply stumbles upon the prize while crossing an ordinary field. He wasn't looking yet. There it was. Many find grace when they least expect it, hearing a truth that suddenly floods their dark world with light. Others spend lifetimes wandering through philosophy, searching for purpose only to find that Christ is the quiet answer they needed. No matter how the spark is lit, the reaction is identical, joyful release. What of us? Have we truly uncovered this hidden spiritual reality? And if we have, are we ready to drop our heavy baggage to hold it? This story forces us to look inside, testing our devotion. Do we treat His truth as our ultimate anchor? Or do we cling to shadows that are temporary and decaying? This brief parable is deceptively simple, yet it echoes with profound power. It speaks of the absolute worth of the sacred, the shock of finding it, and the courage needed to receive it. The modern world might mock our sacrifice, wondering why we discard shallow comfort and ego to walk this path. But those who have touched the light know the truth. Nothing else compares. Christ invites us to taste this freedom, to see His truth as our ancient home, and to answer with empty hands and quiet, surrendered hearts. Have you found this hidden peace? If not, the invitation stands to search, and if you have, are you living though you carry the ultimate gift in your chest? Leaving behind the dusty field and its sudden blinding joy, we find another, quieter tale. This second story forces us to look at the secret hungers of our modern souls, asking what we are actually chasing. This is the parable of the pearl of great price, a message for those who are searching, aching, and willing to sacrifice all for what is truly sacred. If the hidden treasure reveals the shock of accidental grace, the pearl shows a deliberate search for ultimate meaning. Imagine a crowded ancient market. Merchants shout in the dust stalls, packed with foreign spices, heavy silks from Persia gold, and fine pottery. The heavy air is thick with desperate haggling, clinking silver, and the smell of dust and trade. Through this chaos walks a quiet merchant, highly skilled in his craft. No ordinary seller, he is on a singular quest. He has spent decades traveling from city to city, market to market, hunting for one thing: pearls. To feel the true gravity of this story, we must realize how incredibly rare pearls were in antiquity. Unlike our world of mass cultivation back in Jesus' time, why do we destroy ourselves chasing shadows? Long ago, men risked death in dark waters just to pry open oysters. They searched the abyss for a single perfect pearl, a sacred prize that kings wore to prove their absolute power. Now picture a merchant driven by a deep, aching hunger. He had held countless beautiful gems before, but nothing ever truly satisfied his restless soul. Then, amidst the noise and dirt of a crowded marketplace, he saw it, a priceless pearl. He froze. His breath caught as he examined an object unlike anything on earth. It was mathematically perfect, radiant with a quiet light. It was the answer to every silent question he had ever asked. Instantly he knew what he had to do. In the ancient text, Jesus tells us this is what heaven is like. Finding one ultimate treasure, he sold every single thing he owned just to possess it. Matthew chapter 13, verse 45. Think about his next moves. He runs home fueled by a strange, desperate clarity. Everything he owns is now worthless. His house, his fine clothes, his status, even the lesser treasures he spent a lifetime gathering. He lets them go. As he liquidates his entire life, his neighbors whisper. They think he has gone mad. Why throw it all away? What could possibly be worth such a sacrifice? But his eyes hold the answer. He has found the one true thing. One by one, he strips away his old identity until his hands are completely empty. Yet his spirit is finally alive. With his life savings reduced to a handful of coins, he returns to the market and trades it all away. He finally holds the pearl, a quiet, heavy beauty small enough to rest in the palm of his hand. Yet it weighs more than the entire world he left behind. What is this ancient story trying to reveal? This pearl represents the divine presence within us, a sacred awakening that frees us from the anxiety of existence. It is the ultimate cure for our existential exile. Those who recognize its true value will abandon everything to claim it. They will stop at nothing. Unlike the seeker who merely stumbles upon a hidden treasure by pure accident, this merchant has spent his life looking. He represents all of us who ache for meaning, craving something deeper. Something beyond wealth, social status, or cheap comforts. Do you recognize that hunger? Have you ever searched for true purpose, for a peace that actually quietens the empty ache inside? This ancient text promises that your search is not hopeless. For those who honestly seek, a sacred truth awaits. The ultimate treasure is already within your reach. It is the answer to our deepest psychological exile. The end of all searching. But there is a heavy cost. To possess this divine spark, you must sell everything. Every mask, every ego, every illusion of control. This is a blueprint for complete psychological surrender. We cannot buy peace, nor is salvation a transaction we negotiate. It is a gift. But to receive it, we must empty our hands of the lesser gods we worship every day. The sacrifice is painful. It demands we surrender our pride, our toxic ambitions, and the comfortable sins we hide behind. It means walking away from toxic attachments and habits that keep us fractured. It is a terrifying choice, but necessary. Yet when the merchant sees the pearl, he does not hesitate. He sheds his old life with pure, ecstatic joy. Here is the psychological secret. Surrender is not a burden, but a liberation. When you catch a glimpse of the divine, no loss feels like a sacrifice anymore. All previous achievements pale in comparison to the light of genuine transformation. This is the mystery written in Philippians chapter 3, verse 8. Have you found this priceless pearl yet? For many, the search never ends. They chase career success, relationships, or money, hoping to feel whole. But these are cheap imitations, fleeting distractions. Then there is the eternal truth, absolute, unbroken, and priceless. Once you discover it, nothing else can ever compare. Look closely at your life right now. What are you clutching? What fears keep you from stepping into your true identity? Are you brave enough to let go of your illusions? Trust that what you receive is infinitely greater than what you lose. This ancient story is an invitation. The merchant does not act out of guilt, duty, or fear. He acts because he is captivated by absolute beauty. Spiritual transformation is never a cold transaction. It is an overwhelming response to a love that has no equal. When you touch this truth, you find what your soul was built for. The profound relief of being truly seen. You uncover an unshakable peace, a quiet strength, and a deep meaning that illuminates every single dark corner of life. This ancient riddle forces us to ask a difficult question. What is your ultimate concern? Where is your heart anchored? Are you still clutching lesser treasures, terrified of what you might lose? The divine path is not for the half-hearted. It is for those who recognize real value and surrender with joy. Tell me, have you found your pearl yet? Are you living as if you have actually found the ultimate treasure? The greatest secret the world has ever kept? From the joy of this pearl, Jesus shifts to another deep parable, a dark net sweeping the ocean floor, gathering everything, pointing directly to the final sorting of human souls. Let us journey deeper to decode these ancient truths, mapping the quiet wars within our own hearts. Moving past the priceless pearl which revealed the absolute worth of the sacred we now confront, a far more unsettling truth, a story that forces us to look into the mirror and weigh the permanent gravity of our choices. He speaks of the Dragnet, a grim tale of gathering, sorting, and final judgment. It maps the inevitable dividing line running through the human soul, separating the light from the dark. This ancient imagery was familiar to the simple fisherman, yet it carries a cold, heavy warning, a message that rattles our modern sense of security. Imagine standing on the cold, rocky shore of the Sea of Galilee at dawn. The morning mist clings to calm waters. In the distance, the faint echoing shouts of men calling across the deep. Fishing was survival here, a daily ritual. The crowd knew this rhythm by heart. They watched men cast small, light nets by hand, aiming for a quick, selective catch. But the Dragnet was an entirely different beast altogether. A massive, heavy, unforgiving mesh weighted heavily at the bottom, buoyed by floats at the surface. Men would stretch it wide between their wooden boats, dragging it slowly toward the shore. It swept up absolutely everything in its dark path. Fish weeds, jagged stones, and useless debris. It was blind, relentless, and all-consuming. Once swollen to capacity, the fishermen hauled the heavy weight onto the gravel to begin the silent, tedious work of sorting. The clean, edible fish were gathered into woven baskets, but the worthless, contaminated catch was tossed aside to rot. This is the vivid psychological mirror Jesus holds up, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like that massive net dropped into the dark water, gathering every living thing. When it was entirely full, the men dragged it onto the shore. They sat down, separating the good into containers and throwing the bad away. This is the precise fate awaiting us at the end of the age. The angels will arrive to carve a line between the wicked and the just, casting the worthless into fire, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 13:47-50. At first glance, this story seems so simple. A net catches fish, and men sort them. But look closer. Underneath the surface, we find this is no ordinary harbor scene. The net is the kingdom of God, dragging through the deep waters of human history, pulling in every soul without exception. The faithful and the fraudulent, side by side. It is a terrifying map of the end, the ultimate sorting of human consciousness, a final division between those who aligned with light and those who chose the dark. The warning is stark and unavoidable. The dragnet is cast and no one escapes its sweep. Just like that blind net rising from the deep, God's kingdom gathers every layer of society. The rich, the broken, the powerful, the invisible, the pious and profane. On the surface they look identical. They swim together in the same dark net just as we coexist today, blind to the division. But when the net is finally full, the sorting begins. Place yourself on that quiet beach, watching the cold sorting happen. They crouch over the gasping pile, their calloused hands moving with chilling, absolute precision. A silver belly flashes. They inspect it closely and drop it into the basket, saved. But then they reach for another, and inspecting its pale skin, and toss it onto the hot sand to rot under the blinding sun. Clean or unclean, good or bad, the division is absolute. The teacher warns us this silent scene on the beach is a portrait of our final judgment. Those silent figures squatting on the shore represent the cosmic forces that will execute the absolute truth of our lives. There can be no deception, no hiding in the crowd. Every heart will be laid completely bare, weighed and sorted by what they truly loved. The stakes are immense. The ancient text describes the fate of the self-exiled with terrifying clarity. They will be cast into the fire, into the silent misery of weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 13:50. This is no soft metaphor. The gentle healer speaks here with the terrifying weight of absolute truth. The sorting is final, the outcome permanent. What does this mean for our modern minds? First, it shows the wide, relentless reach of the sacred. The net is cast deeply, gathering every type of soul. No one escapes this call. Whether you are shattered, hidden, or lost, wandering far in the dark, the net has already swept you up. The sacred dimension does not ignore you, it demands your response. Yet this ancient story also points to a brutal truth, the inevitable sorting of our lives. Though the sweep is absolute, not everyone can inhabit the light. Those who faced their shadow, surrendered to grace, and lived in harmony with the divine will be safely gathered. But those who clung to their own illusions, those who refused the call, living only for their ego, will face eternal exile. What if the final separation is already happening unseen? This sobering parable reminds us that judgment is coming, though it feels distant. Like a heavy net drifting unseen beneath the dark waves, the end feels distant, until it is full and the sorting begins. This is not meant to paralyze us with fear, but to awaken our souls. Jesus speaks these words not to condemn, but to warn and invite. There is still a window of mercy. The net remains in the deep, and God's grace is still extended. Have you examined your own heart? Are you prepared for the day when the final division comes? Jesus does not demand perfection. He asks for faith and surrender. He invites us to live in His kingdom now, allowing His truth to reshape our inner lives so that when the net is finally hauled in, we stand among the righteous. This ancient story also challenges believers to confront our true purpose in this world. If the Dragnet represents God's kingdom gathering souls, then we are the fishermen. Are we actively sharing the gospel, inviting those around us to discover the profound love and grace of Jesus before the final harvest? Who in your life still needs this truth? Picture yourself standing before Jesus as He speaks. The tranquil Sea of Galilee stretches out before you, its dark water shimmering in the pale daylight. You hear His voice, and a quiet weight settles on your soul. The net is cast, and the choice is stark. Will you live for the eternal kingdom, surrendering your heart to the true King, or will you drift away, consumed by the endless noise of modern life? This story forces us to confront the reality of eternity. It reminds us that while God is endlessly patient, a day of sorting will arrive. The kingdom is offered freely, but we must choose to accept it. The parable of the Dragnet is both warning and promise. It warns us of a coming division, but promises that those who anchor their souls in Christ will be gathered into the shelter of God's eternal kingdom. This is no moment to ignore the call or delay your decision. The net is sweeping through the depths, and now is the moment to respond. Have you truly embraced God's kingdom? Are you ready for the day when the net is pulled up and the sorting begins? From this heavy, sobering image of final judgment in the parable of Dragnet, we step into one of the most tender, deeply hopeful stories Jesus ever shared. A story that reveals the true heart of God, his relentless pursuit, his fierce devotion, and the explosive joy that erupts when even one lost soul is found. The parable of the lost sheep is not a simple children's story. It is about a shepherd whose love defies all logic and whose compassion transcends our fragile reason. It is about you, about me, and about a God who refuses to let the lost stay lost. The scene opens with Jesus standing between two vastly different groups of people. On one side are the tax collectors and sinners, social outcasts deemed entirely unworthy of divine attention. On the other side of the crowd stand the Pharisees and legal scholars, proud, self-righteous, and eager to condemn. As these broken outcasts press close to hear Jesus, the religious leaders mutter in disgust, "This man welcomes sinners and even dines with them." Luke 15 verse 2. Imagine the thick tension. The Pharisees cannot fathom why a respected teacher would ever associate with souls they deemed unclean and completely unworthy. Yet Jesus does not strike back with anger. Instead, he tells a parable, one that pierces their pride, shatters their cold assumptions, and exposes the Father's heart. Suppose one of you owns 100 sheep and loses a single one. Doesn't he leave the 99 in the wild to hunt for the lost one until he finds it? Luke 15 verse 4. This vivid imagery hit home for his listeners. Sheep were a central part of existence in first-century Judea, and shepherding was everyday work. A flock of 100 sheep was highly valuable, representing the shepherd's entire livelihood, his future, and his pride. Every single animal mattered. Yet sheep are notoriously prone to straying, easily distracted, fragile, and utterly dependent on their keeper for survival. Picture this. A weary shepherd guides his flock across the steep, rocky ridges of the Judean wilderness. As the sun begins to sink, the flock follows close behind, their soft cries echoing through the cool air. He counts them as they pass 96, 97, 98, 99. One is gone. His heart sinks. He searches the horizon again, peering into the twilight. It is true one has strayed. The 99 rest safely in the quiet valleys, but one is lost isolated and defenseless against predators, freezing wind, and encroaching shadows. Cold logic says to focus on 99. Surely one stray is not worth risking the entire flock, but this guardian does not think like a businessman. Without hesitation, he secures the 99 and plunges into the dark wilderness. The cliffs are steep, the paths treacherous, but he refuses to quit. He scales jagged rocks, calling out desperately into the dark void, driven forward by deep love for the single sheep that wandered away. This is the vivid portrait of God's heart. That lost sheep represents you, me, all of us. Why do we wander into the dark, pulled by modern distractions, only to realize we are as fragile and exposed as lost sheep? Left alone, we are completely helpless. Yet the divine shepherd refuses to abandon us to fate, setting out to search. He does not wait for us to fix ourselves. Instead, he climbs deep into the wild terrain of our lives, calling us by name. This chase is relentless. The shepherd never stops until the lost is found. As Jesus described, when he finally succeeds, he joyfully hoists it onto his shoulders and heads home, as Luke 15:5 records. Pause and imagine this moment. The shepherd finds us exhausted, terrified, and trapped in the sharp thorns of our own making. Yet he doesn't scold or punish us for losing our way. Instead, he kneels, lifts us up, and places us gently on his shoulders. We are too broken to walk, but he carries us home. What kind of love is this? A love that sacrifices safety, comfort, and peace of mind to rescue a single soul. A love that cares nothing for statistics but for the restoring of what was lost. This is the heart of God, a heart that celebrates when a single broken soul returns to Him. Jesus says the shepherd calls his friends and neighbors, declaring, "Celebrate with me, for I have found my lost sheep." I tell you, in that same way, there will be far more joy in heaven over one repentant soul than over 99 righteous souls who need no healing. According to Luke, this celebration is wild and extravagant, and the shepherd does not quietly slip home with his prize. He throws a massive party, gathering friends and neighbors to share his relief. This is not just quiet satisfaction, it is pure delight, the overflowing ecstasy of restoration. Jesus explains that this exact scene plays out in heaven every single time a lost soul turns back to finding their way home. There is a cosmic celebration, angels singing, the divine smiling, heaven cheering. Meanwhile, the Pharisees, watching from the shadows, must have been disgusted. In their eyes, the broken people Jesus welcomed were utterly worthless, unclean, and beyond saving. But Jesus flips their rigid religious checklist upside down. This ancient story reveals that divine love is never reserved for the perfect. It is poured out for the broken. It is not the 99 who feel secure that bring the shepherd joy, but the one who admits they are lost. This psychological map challenges us. Consider, are we that lost sheep? Have we wandered into our own dark wilderness of anxiety, guilt, or deep doubt? If so, know this: the divine is actively seeking you. He is climbing through the rugged valleys of your mind, calling your name, and He will not stop until you are found. Or perhaps you are among the 99, comfortable, complacent, and forgetting what it feels like to be rescued. Do you celebrate when others heal? Or do you stand on the sidelines, judging their brokenness? This ancient story of the lost sheep is a vivid mirror of relentless love and overwhelming joy. It proves that no soul is too fractured or too far gone to be recovered. The shepherd willingly leaves the 99 to track the single stray because you matter. Have you ever felt entirely unworthy of love, convinced that your mistakes have put you out of reach? Let this story remind you the search is on, and He will carry you home with profound joy. The shepherd never returns empty-handed. The lost soul is lifted onto strong shoulders and restored to the community. In that quiet moment, heaven erupts. What about you? Are you ready to be found? Or if you have already been carried back, are you ready to share that deep empathy and seek out those who are still wandering in the dark? Shifting now from the rugged, silent wilderness where the shepherd tracks a single lost sheep, Jesus brings us into a much more intimate, ordinary space. A quiet, dusty home where a single silver coin has slipped into the dark. It seems like a simple tale, but it carries deep psychological truths about our own search for meaning and the joy of being recovered. Here we see exactly how much every human soul matters, no matter how invisible or forgotten we feel. Picture a small, dark home in ancient Judea. The stone walls are cold, and the cramped single room is dimly lit by narrow windows, letting in only a sliver of sun. The uneven dirt floor is full of cracks and dark corners where dust gathers and shadows swallow everything. In the center of this quiet gloom stands a woman clutching a small, worn string of silver coins, her precious life savings. In this ancient economy, every single piece holds immense value to her. Losing even one is a crisis. Perhaps it represented food for her children or her only safety net. in a harsh, unpredictable world. And now, one is gone, slipped from her hand, rolling deep into the dust. Panic grips her. Her chest tightens as she recounts them again and again, desperately hoping she miscounted. But no, it is truly gone. Jesus asks if a woman has 10 silver coins and loses one, doesn't she immediately light a lamp and sweep the house? What if your soul is like that lost silver? She searches until she finds it. Luke 15:8. She does not sit back hoping. Action. She lights a lamp. Its soft flame flickers, casting long shadows across the dark corners of the house. She grabs her broom, sweeping, frantically driven to expose every speck of dust. Every movement is deliberate. She bends low, kneeling on the hard dirt floor to search. Her eyes scan every crack. Her hands sweep across the cold earth. She refuses to quit until it is recovered. This is no casual looking. It is a desperate hunt driven by the absolute knowledge of the silver's true worth. She does not think it is just one coin, I still have 9 left. No, because every single piece has a purpose. Each is precious, and she will not rest until the lost is restored. Feel the raw urgency of her hunt. Her desperate actions mirror a creator who pursues our own wandering souls with that same relentless hunger. Just as that lost silver held value for her, we hold infinite worth to him. This lost coin is a psychological mirror representing those isolated in the dark, buried under the shadows of sin, covered by the heavy dust of shame, invisible to the world. But God sees. He lights a lamp, the light of truth piercing the deepest shadows of our psychology. He sweeps away our quiet despair, searching tirelessly for us, his sacred creation. He will never cease until we are found. Pause and consider this for a moment. Have you ever felt entirely forgotten? Cast aside like a cold coin buried in the dirt? Did you believe your existence was meaningless? This ancient parable is a map revealing that every soul holds infinite value to God, especially yours. You are not invisible. God knows exactly where you lie hidden, and he searches for you with a relentless, unwavering love. Jesus continues, and when she finds it, she calls her friends and neighbors, saying, "Celebrate with me, I have found my lost coin." Luke 15:9. The moment her fingers touch that silver, the heavy struggle dissolves. Her persistence gives way to an explosion of pure, uncontainable joy. She does not simply pocket the coin and move on with her day. Instead, she summons her neighbors to share in the relief. Picture her calling through the dusty, narrow streets, her voice shaking with relief. "I found it. My lost coin is returned." The joy is contagious. Her friends gather, clapping her back, laughing and celebrating beside her. What was once lost is restored, and this moment demands celebration. Now Jesus unveils the cosmic mystery behind the earthly parable. In the same way I tell you, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one broken soul who turns back. Luke 15:10. This woman's relief mirrors the ecstasy of God when one returns. Heaven does not offer a polite, quiet nod of approval, but erupts into a full, triumphant, cosmic feast. Imagine angelic voices echoing in triumphant praise, and the Creator himself rejoicing. This is the pulse of our Father. He delights in reclaiming the lost. What does this mean for our lives? First, it reveals your psychological value. The coin, though small and hidden, was worth a desperate search. In the same way, we are worth everything to God. He does not see you as a face in the crowd, but as unique, irreplaceable, and priceless. Second, this ancient text forces us to look inward. How will you respond? Have you allowed yourself to be found? Perhaps you are drifting, buried under the dust of shame, hiding in dark corners of your own mind. This story proves that the divine is actively searching, refusing to abandon you because you are precious to him. And third, it challenges our modern hearts. Do we celebrate when the broken are finally restored? Do we rejoice with the heavens when a wanderer returns? Or are we like the self-righteous, quick to judge those whom God is welcoming home? Jesus invites us to step inside the feast to share the deep joy of redemption. This parable of the lost coin is a sacred map of hope, identity, and restoration, revealing a God who searches tirelessly for us, not out of duty, but pure love. It proves that no soul is ever too far gone, too broken to be found. Picture the woman cradling the recovered silver in her hand, the warm lamplight reflecting off its clean surface. She smiles, her quiet joy overflowing, knowing the piece is back where it belongs. That is how the Creator gazes at you when you return precious, restored, and finally home. So where do you stand in this cosmic drama? Are you the lost coin waiting to be found? Are you the neighbor ready to celebrate a miracle of healing? Or are you the one called to carry the lamp, searching for others still trapped in the dark? From this relentless pursuit of a tiny coin and the jubilant celebration when it was found, Jesus now tells a masterpiece that unveils the heart of the Father like never before. It is an ancient map of rebellion, deep regret, and scandalous grace, a story that pierces straight through our pride and despair, to reveal a love so bottomless, so forgiving, and so healing that it leaves zero room for doubt. This is the parable of the prodigal son. It is perhaps the most profound and beloved story Jesus ever shared, speaking directly to every wanderer, every broken heart, and every soul aching to find home. The scene opens with Jesus facing an expectant crowd, a mix of tax collectors, outcasts, Pharisees, and religious elites. These listeners are worlds apart. One group is desperate for hope. The other is locked in judgment. Yet both are about to face the shocking, scandalous grace of God. Jesus begins, "There was a man who had 2 sons." Luke 15:11. Right away, the listeners know this is a family story, one of inheritance, broken bonds, and deep tension. The younger son, restless and defiant, approaches his father with a shocking demand, "Father, give me my share of the estate." Luke 15:12. To modern ears, this might seem like a simple request. But in the ancient Jewish world, it was unthinkable. An inheritance was only given after a father passed away. By demanding his share now, the younger son basically says, "I wish you were dead. Give me what is mine so I can leave." It is a brutal act of cold dishonor, cutting his father to the absolute core. But what happens next is even instead of exploding in rage or disowning the boy, the father grants his demand. He divides his property, hand-delivering the younger son his share. The boy packs up everything he owns, turns his back on his father, and departs for a far-off land. Picture the father watching his son vanish over the horizon, his heart heavy with grief. The boy, fueled by pride and rebellion, believes true freedom lies far beyond the borders of home. He chases dreams of adventure, pleasure, and a life without limits. In that distant country, the younger son lives recklessly. He burns through his inheritance on wild living pleasures that promise joy, but only leave him empty. He buys temporary friends, indulges every desire, and wastes everything his father spent a lifetime building. But then inevitable strikes. After he had spent every last penny, a severe famine swept across the land, and he began to starve. Luke 15:14. The son who once held immense wealth now has nothing. The fair weather friends vanish, the parties end, and the dazzling lights of the city fade into dark shadows of despair. Desperate, he begs a local farmer for work who sends him to feed pigs, unclean beasts that no Jewish person would ever dare touch. Standing knee-deep in mud surrounded by grunting swine, the sun hits rock bottom. He is so starved that even the bitter pods the pigs eat look delicious. Pause here. This boy who once feasted at his father's table now craves the waste fed to beasts. He has fallen as far as any human can fall, broken, isolated, and starving. Yet in that pit of despair, a sudden spark of clarity breaks through. When he finally came to his senses, he thought, "How many of my father's hired workers have more than enough while I perish here from hunger? I will get up, go back to my father, and tell him, 'Father, I have sinned against heaven and before you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Treat me like one of your hired hands.'" Luke 15:17-19. In this raw moment, his pride completely shatters. Knowing he has forfeited his sonship, he rehearses a desperate plea, begging to work as a common laborer just to survive. He has no expectation of receiving forgiveness, only basic mercy. And so he begins the long, grueling walk home. Meanwhile, the father has never stopped scanning the horizon. Every single day he searches for a familiar outline in the distance. Then the day arrives. While the boy was still a long way off, his father saw him and was moved with deep compassion. He ran through his arms around his neck and kissed him. Luke 15:20. Look closely at this before the son even steps onto the estate. Before he can speak his practiced apology, the father runs to meet him. This action would have scandalized Jesus' listeners. In that ancient culture, running was considered deeply humiliating for a patriarch, but this father abandons all dignity. His love completely crushes his pride. He runs toward his son, not to punish him, but to hold him. Overwhelmed, the boy stammers his speech. "Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son." Luke 15:21. But the father refuses to let him finish. Interrupting him, he shouts to the servants, "Quick, bring the finest robe and put it on him. Place a ring on his finger and sandals on his feet. Bring the fattened calf and prepare it. Let us feast and celebrate, for this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found." Luke 15:22-24. The father does not receive him back as a servant. He fully restores him as a son. The robe hides his shame. The ring restores his family authority. And the sandals mark him as a free man. The prized, fattened calf, reserved only for the most joyous occasions, becomes the center of a celebration that does the heart ever truly heal? Joyful laughter echoes, but the story does not end. Enter the older brother, faithful, obedient, and deeply resentful. He hears the celebration and burns with anger. "Look, all these years I have slaved for you and never disobeyed your orders. Yet you never gave me even a young goat to celebrate with my friends." Luke 15. The older brother represents the Pharisees and religious leaders, those who believe they have earned favor through their own efforts. Through rules and works, they cannot comprehend grace. The loving father pleads with him, "My son, you are always with me and everything I own is yours. But we had to celebrate because this brother of yours was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found." Luke 15 verses 31 and 32. This story reveals three profound truths. No matter how far we wander, God is watching and waiting to welcome us home. He does not take us back as servants. He restores us as family. Will we celebrate the lost being found? Or will we stand outside resentful of mercy? Have you ever felt like the younger son, ashamed, broken, and unworthy? Or perhaps like the older brother, resentful and unable to embrace grace? This timeless parable is for you. It invites us to return to the Father knowing He will meet us with open arms. From the overwhelming grace and restoration of the prodigal son, Jesus delivers a parable that shatters our assumptions and breaks societal norms. It calls us to love in ways that are radical, selfless, and beyond any human boundary. This parable of the Good Samaritan is no simple moral lesson. It is a profound revelation of what it means to truly love your neighbor. Jesus' words here are sharp, surprising, and deeply convicting. They force us to ask ourselves, who is my neighbor? And am I willing to love them the way God demands? The story begins with a loaded question. A lawyer, an expert in Jewish law, approaches Jesus to test him with a simple question. Teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Luke 10, verse 25. Jesus, always reading the hearts of his listeners, turns the question back on him. What is written in the law? How do you read it? Luke 10, verse 26. The lawyer answers confidently, quoting the very core of the Jewish faith. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength, and with all your mind. And love your neighbor as yourself. You have answered correctly, Jesus says. Do this and you will live. Luke 10, verse 28. But the lawyer, like so many of us, wants to justify himself. Perhaps he hopes for a convenient definition of neighbor, one that limits his duty to those who look, think, and live just like him. So he presses Jesus further, asking, and who is my neighbor? Luke 10, verse 29. At this point, Jesus begins a story that will shatter man's expectations and redefine the meaning of love. A man was descending from Jerusalem to Jericho when he was ambushed by bandits. They stripped him, beat him, and fled, leaving him half dead. Luke 10, verse 30. The road from Jerusalem to Jericho was notorious, winding through a rocky, barren pass. It was dangerous, a stretch of 17 miles, often called the Way of Blood due to constant attacks. Travelers feared this road, knowing its blind corners and dark shadows offered perfect cover for robbers to strike. Picture the scene. A man lies crumpled by the roadside, his clothes torn, his face bloodied, and his body broken. Motionless, barely alive, the sun beats down mercilessly. The quiet of the wilderness is broken only by the faint, agonizing cries of the victim. Yet hope appears. Jesus continues. A priest happened to be traveling down that same road. Luke 10, verse 31. The crowd would nod. Surely a holy priest would help. But shock ripples through the crowd as Jesus says, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. The priest sees the broken traveler, knows his desperate need, but crosses the road. Why? Perhaps he fears ritual defilement if the man is dead, or maybe he just hates the inconvenience. Whatever the reason, the priest, the guardian of sacred worship, turns his back and walks away. Then Jesus says so too. Levite, when he reached the spot and saw him, passed by on the other side. Luke 10, verse 32. A Levite who assists in sacred temple worship also fails this test. Like the priest, he sees the suffering man, but avoids him. By now, the audience is deeply unsettled. Two holy men, exemplars of piety, have completely failed to show mercy. Their cold indifference speaks louder than their holy titles, revealing that outward religious show means nothing without love. But then comes the twist. Jesus says, "But a Samaritan, as he journeyed, came to the spot. When he saw him, he felt deep compassion." Luke 10, verse 33. The crowd gasps. Why do we project our deepest shadows onto the stranger? In ancient times, Jews and Samaritans harbored a bitter tribal feud. To a Jewish listener, a Samaritan was not merely an outsider, but the ultimate dangerous enemy. The suggestion that an outcast could be a hero was offensive. Yet, in this psychological map, he becomes the savior, the one who stops. While religious elites avert their eyes, this pariah truly sees the broken soul. He witnesses the deep pain and helplessness. The gospel then describes his actions with clinical, haunting detail. He bound the bleeding wounds, pouring on soothing oil and wine. Then placing him on his own beast, he traveled to an inn, as told in Luke 10:34. This traveler does not offer empty prayers. He gets down in the dirt. He shreds his own clothes for bandages. He pours precious oil and wine, items meant for his own safety, straight onto the deep wounds. He sacrifices his own provisions to clean and heal a complete stranger, and then he walks so the dying man can ride. Upon reaching shelter, this mysterious, compassionate healer does not leave. He watches over him through the dark night. When morning comes, he pays the master of the house 2 denarii, enough for weeks of care, promising look after him, and whatever extra you spend upon my return, I will pay you back in full. This is recorded in Luke 10:35. The traveler ignores the personal cost, the heavy cultural barriers, and the terrifying risk. He witnesses a suffering brother and pours out absolute compassion, holding nothing back in his hour of need. At the climax, Jesus turns to the legal expert, who among the three was a neighbor to the victim of the thieves. In Luke 10:36, the scholar cannot even bring himself to say the word Samaritan. He simply mutters, "The one who showed mercy." Jesus answers with a command echoing through history, "Go and do the same." Luke 10:37. This story dismantles every defense we build. Our neighbor is not defined by tribe, comfort, or convenience. This is a map of our moral duty. A neighbor is anyone hurting, and authentic love is measured by action, not empty status or words. The message is clear. Loving our neighbor demands breaking our tribal illusions and seeing people as divine. It means refusing to look away from suffering, offering mercy even to those we hate. But what of your own heart? How do you react when you witness human suffering? Do you, like the priest and the Levite, cross the street to avoid the mess? Or do you step in with sacrifice? This ancient mirror calls us to radical action, forcing us to ask, who is my true neighbor? The response is simple. Your neighbor is anyone on your path who needs protection, grace, or mercy. This timeless parable is a psychological mirror, forcing us to confront our deep indifference and easy excuses. It invites us to awaken to a radical, boundary-breaking love. Leaving this deep mystery of mercy behind, the gospel now takes a sharp, sudden turn, plunging straight into the darker chambers of human greed. We enter a teaching that cuts clean through our modern illusions of safety and self-assurance, exposing the spiritual rot of false security. This is the profound story of the rich fool, a chilling warning for our age of accumulation. True life is never found in what we own. In Luke chapter 12, the air is thick with tension. The master is speaking of eternal mysteries when a sharp voice shatters the moment. "Teacher, command my brother to divide the family inheritance with me," as recorded in verse 13. Feel the sudden freeze in the room. Amidst holy truths, this man is consumed by material lack and family anger. It is a deeply human modern distraction, as timeless then as it is now. But this desperate plea reveals a profound spiritual crisis. It exposes a soul blinded by fear, completely deaf to reality. Looking past the surface, the teacher asks, "Who made me your arbiter?" in Luke 12:14. Turning to the crowd, his voice turns solemn. Take care, guard your heart against all greed. True life is never measured by your earthly wealth, as stated in Luke 12:15. To prove this, he shares a story that mirrors our deepest insecurities. A wealthy landowner stood gazing at a massive, overwhelming harvest, as we read in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 12, verse 16. Picture this rich man staring out at the endless golden fields stretching before him. The ancient soil was fertile, the rain perfect, the sun gentle. Now his barns are bursting with excess. What if your greatest success was actually your quiet ruin? His harvest is overflowing far more than he ever expected, yet the abundance keeps pouring in. To the world, this man looks blessed in a society that measures worth by sheer accumulation. He is the picture of success. He worked hard, his fields flourished, and now he has far more than enough. But what does he do next? Jesus reveals his silent internal dilemma. What shall I do? I have nowhere to store my crops. Then he decided, this is what I will do. I will tear down my barns, build larger ones, and store my surplus grain there. I will tell myself you have plenty of goods laid up for many years. Take life easy. Eat, drink, and be merry. From Luke chapter 12, verses 17 to 19. Picture him standing among his overflowing fields. He doesn't think of others. He never considers sharing, giving, or helping those in need. Instead, his mind turns inward. What shall I do? The question haunts his mind, but his answer is selfish. I will keep it all. This man is not condemned for his wealth or hard work. His sin lies in his selfishness, his hoarding of riches, and his misplaced security. He truly believes his massive possessions guarantee his future. He believes that human existence is defined only by what we own. So he plans bigger barns, wanting to sit back and enjoy his success, whispering to himself to take life easy, eat, drink, and be merry. It is the anthem of self-sufficiency, the illusion of being in complete control. But then comes the twist delivered by Jesus with sharp clarity. God said to him, "You fool, this very night your soul is demanded from you. Then who will get everything you stockpiled for yourself?" From Luke chapter 12, verse 20. Imagine the heavy silence that follows. The man's heart stops, his plans, his barns, his riches, everything means nothing now. A life he assumed would stretch on for decades of comfort is abruptly ending tonight. The deepest question he never asked, what does this mean in the light of eternity, now hangs over him like a final sentence. You fool. These are not words of insult, but of profound lament. The rich man is a fool not for his wealth, but because he lived entirely for himself. Blind to the truth that life is fragile and everything we own eventually slips through our fingers. His treasure filled his barns, but his soul remained empty. Jesus ends the story with this haunting warning. This is how it is for anyone who stores up earthly treasure but is not rich toward God. Luke chapter 12, verse 21. This ancient text forces us to confront a question just as vital today as it was then. Where are we storing our treasure? The man hoarded his wealth, believing it bought him security, but he lost absolutely everything in the end. Now Jesus reminds us that life is not measured by possessions. The only wealth that truly endures is being rich toward God. What does that mean? It means living with eternal priorities, investing our hearts in things that actually endure, like a true relationship with God, loving those around us, and seeking His kingdom. It means generosity, trust, and surrender. This story directly confronts our illusion of control. The rich man assumed his future would unfold exactly as he planned: larger barns, years of effortless comfort, and endless pleasure. Yet he forgot the one thing beyond his control: his time. None of us truly know our limit. Life is a beautiful gift, but it is incredibly fragile. How often do we fall into this exact trap? We plan, we save, and we chase security, all while neglecting what matters most. We promise to seek God later, to serve others once our lives settle down, to live for Him only when we are comfortable. But the warning of Jesus is stark. This very night, your soul is demanded. Tomorrow is never promised. What are we living for right now? Picture yourself standing in the crowd as Jesus speaks. You can feel the heavy weight of His words. The wealthy elite Pharisees shift uncomfortably in their status. The poor listen with quiet hope, realizing that their ultimate worth is never measured in mere coins. A murmur sweeps through the crowd as the truth sinks in. Earthly riches vanish, but the treasures of God's kingdom are eternal. This parable demands we take an honest look at our lives. What are we building? Are we constructing bigger barns for ourselves, stockpiling status and wealth? Or are we investing in eternal things? Are we truly rich toward God? This story of the rich fool is both a warning and an invitation. It warns us against trusting temporary things, reminding us that life is brief and eternity is real. Yet it also invites us to live differently, to let go of greed, embrace deep generosity, and pursue the kingdom of God above everything else. As Jesus said in Matthew chapter 6, verses 19 to 20, "Do not store up treasures on earth, where moths and rust destroy, where thieves break in and steal. But store up treasures in heaven, where moths and rust do not destroy, and thieves do not steal." What about you? Where is your heart? Where is your security? Are you building bigger walls to protect your treasure? Or are you stepping into the unknown? Do you trust in fading wealth, or the mysterious hand holding your very breath? This ancient story reveals the psychological danger of living in fear. Leaving the rich fool behind, Jesus shares a tale about the heavy burden of what has been entrusted to us. The parable of the talents is a mirror, forcing us to confront our deepest anxieties and realize that everything we hold, our time, talents, and focus, is actually a sacred loan meant to be lived fully. This story confronts our quiet laziness and paralyzing fear, challenging us to step out as active creators of our lives. Jesus begins the parable by painting a vivid scene his listeners would recognize instantly. He describes a wealthy lord preparing for a long journey who summons his servants to hand over his entire estate. Imagine this master, a man of power and quiet authority, getting ready to vanish into the deep unknown. Before he departs, he calls 3 servants before him. They stand in his shadow, waiting in tense, uneasy silence. The master looks closely at each of them. Then he does something unexpected, handing them his fortune. To the first, he gives 5 talents. To the second, 2. And to the third, just 1. The master distributes his wealth, measuring it carefully against each man's unique ability. In the ancient world, a single talent was no small sum. It was a massive weight of gold or silver, worth roughly 20 years of hard labor for an ordinary worker. Even a single talent was life-altering wealth. So imagine the sheer weight of this gift. This is no simple token, but a profound spiritual test. The master leaves no rules or instructions. He simply trusts them with his life's work and slips away. The first servant, holding 5 talents, wastes no time. He immediately dives into the marketplace to invest. He takes risks, trades, and works the capital driven by a deep sense of responsibility to his master. Every single day he labors, fully aware of the opportunity and the high stakes of his mission. His diligence pays off. Over time, his 5 talents double to 10. The second servant acts with equal courage. Though he received less, his heart and determination matched the first. He works, invests, and actively creates. Soon his 2 talents double to 4, a quiet triumph of faith and effort. But then we meet the third. This servant holds his single talent, looks at the market, and, paralyzed by the fear of failure, makes a tragic choice. Instead of risking anything, he digs a deep hole in the dark earth and buries his master's gold. To his anxious mind, this feels safe. No risk, no mistakes, no vulnerability. But time does not stand still. Months turn into years. Finally, the master returns. His arrival sparks both excitement and a cold dread. The servants gather in the quiet hall, ready to show what they have done with his trust. The first servant steps forward, his heart racing with anticipation. Proudly, he lays down 10 talents. "Master," he says, "you trusted me with 5 talents. See, I have gained 5 more." The master's face breaks into a wide, joyful smile, and his words echo through the hall. "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of much more. Share in my joy." Next, the second servant steps up and presents his 4 talents to the master. "Master," he says, "you entrusted me with 2 talents. Look, I have gained 2 more." Again, the master beams with deep pride. "Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful with a little. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share in your master's happiness." Both men are rewarded not for the size of their profit, but for their deep faithfulness. The master doesn't compare them. He simply celebrates their courage, their trust, and their willingness to act. Then the third servant slowly steps forward. He holds his single talent still caked in dry dirt and begins to speak. "Master, I knew you were a hard man, demanding and severe, harvesting where you did not sow, and gathering where you scattered no seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your talent in the ground. Look, here is what belongs to you." The master's face darkens. He looks at the servant with heavy disappointment and snaps, "You wicked, lazy servant. You knew I harvest where I did not sow, and gather where I scattered no seed. Then you should have at least put my money on deposit with the bankers, so I would have received it back with interest." The servant's excuse in verses 26 and 27 is shattered. It wasn't the master's character, but his own paralyzing fear. He refused to act. He was trusted with something of immense value, but instead of using it, he buried it deep in the dirt. The master orders his talent be stripped away and given to the one with 10 talents. Then he says to everyone who has, more will be given, and they will have an abundance. But from the one who has nothing, even what he has will be stripped away. This verse in Matthew 25 ends with a stark reminder of accountability. The useless servant who refused to act is cast into the outer darkness, severed from his master's joy. What is Jesus teaching us in this parable? At its core, this is a story of stewardship. The talents represent everything that God has entrusted to us: our time, unique gifts, skills, resources, and opportunities. God is the master, and we are his servants. He has given each of us something of immense value, and he expects us to use it for his glory. The parable challenges us to examine our hearts. Are we like the first 2 servants, faithfully using what God has given us? Or are we like the third servant, frozen by fear, complacency, or apathy? Notice that the master praised the first 2 servants equally, even though one produced more. God does not compare us to others. He looks at our faithfulness. Have we been obedient with what he entrusted to us, no matter how small? Parable also confronts the danger of fear and inaction. The third servant's fatal mistake was doing nothing. He played it safe, but in doing so, he missed the chance to honor his master. How often do we bury our gifts out of fear of failure, rejection, or not being good enough? Jesus is calling us to step out in faith. God's kingdom requires action, investment, and courage. When we use our gifts for His purpose, they multiply, bearing fruit that lasts. What about you? What has God entrusted to you? It might be a skill, a resource, an opportunity, or a calling. Are you using it to build His kingdom, or have you buried it in the ground? Remember, even the smallest act of obedience given to God can have an eternal impact. This ancient parable reminds us that life is not about what we keep, but what we give. One day we will stand before God and account for how we used what He gave us. May we hear those words we long for most. Well done, good and faithful servant. Moving from the challenge of stewardship in the parable of the talents, Jesus now turns to an equally urgent lesson on readiness. The parable of the 10 virgins, sometimes called the parable of the wise and foolish bridesmaids, is not just a cautionary tale. It is a wake-up call to prepare our hearts, lives, and faith for Christ's return. It is a story revealing the sharp line between wisdom and foolishness, readiness and complacency. And it leaves us with a question we cannot ignore. Are we ready? Picture a small village in ancient Israel at dusk. The air hums with anticipation. Tonight, there will be a wedding, a massive celebration filled with laughter, music, and the joy of 2 families uniting. Weddings in this culture were not one-day events. They could stretch for days, filled with feasting, dancing, and community gatherings. In this parable, Jesus paints a scene from such a celebration, focusing on 10 bridesmaids, young women whose role is to accompany the bridegroom with lamps as part of the evening procession. These lamps are not the bright lantern we know today. They are small clay vessels fueled by olive oil, their flickering flames essential to light the way through the deep darkness. The bridesmaids wait in excitement, dressed in their finest garments, their lamps ready to shine. At that time, Jesus says the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. Matthew 25, verse 1. But Jesus quickly reveals a deep divide. 5 of them were foolish, and 5 were wise. Matthew 25, verse 2. The wise virgins brought extra oil for their lamps, anticipating a long, exhausting wait. The foolish ones, however, brought no reserve oil. Perhaps they assumed the groom would arrive quickly, or perhaps they believed the small amount they had would be enough. Either way, they were unprepared. As evening falls, the 10 bridesmaids settle into their positions, their lamps burning softly, illuminating the dark path. But the bridegroom is delayed. Hours pass. The flames grow smaller, the lamps sputter, and heavy exhaustion settles over them. Eventually, all 10 fall asleep. Then, in the dead of night, a shout rings out, piercing the silence like a trumpet. "Here is the bridegroom! Come out to meet him." Matthew 25, verse 6. The bridesmaids stir awake, startled and frantic. The long-anticipated moment has finally arrived. Their lamps, now barely flickering, must be relit to join the bridegroom's procession. The wise bridesmaids spring into action. They pour their extra oil into their lamps, the flames reigniting strong and steady. But the foolish bridesmaids realize their mistake. Their lamps are going out, and they have no oil to sustain them. In their panic, they beg the others, "Give us your oil, our inner flame is dying." But the wise answered, "No, there will not be enough for us all. Go instead to those who sell and buy oil for yourselves. This is Matthew chapter 25, verse 9. Picture the scene. 5 unprepared souls, terror written on their faces, fleeing into the dark to find fuel. Meanwhile, those who prepared their internal fires blazing greet the groom upon his arrival. They follow him into the sacred wedding hall, a haven of warmth, light, and joy. The heavy doors close. When the foolish ones finally stumble back, it is too late. The feast has begun. The doors are locked, and they scream, "Lord, Lord, open!" But the bridegroom replies with chilling finality, "I tell you the truth, I do not know you." Matthew 25:12-2. Jesus concludes this parable with a haunting warning. Stay awake, because you do not know the day or the hour. Matthew 25:13. The heavy burden of this story rests on one vital question. Are we truly prepared for Christ? The groom represents the divine presence, while the bridesmaids are those who claim to walk with Him. The oil is our spiritual readiness, a real connection with God that sustains the soul during the long vigil. The wise carried extra oil. They prepared for the long, dark night, ensuring their inner light would not fail them. But the foolish ones mirror those among us who only seem prepared, wearing a mask of devotion but lacking the vital spark. They carry the outward symbols of faith but have no depth, satisfied with a shallow spirituality, assuming a little effort is enough. But this inner oil cannot be borrowed from someone else, nor bought in a moment of panic. It is a slow-built life of quiet trust and depth formed over years. It is the sacred presence dwelling within the quiet harvest of a daily, honest connection with Christ. This ancient text demands our vigilance. It warns us that the sacred returns when least expected. The precise moment is hidden. Just as the groom's absence tested their endurance, this cosmic silence tests our own souls. Tell me, are we living with open eyes? Or have we grown numb, whispering to ourselves that we can wake up tomorrow? It is easy to delay the work of the soul. We promise ourselves we will seek the Spirit when life calms down, when we grow older, or finish our ambitions. But the Scripture warns that the hour to prepare is now. The unprepared thought they could find depth in a crisis, only to find the door locked tight, their window of grace slammed shut. What does actual readiness look like? It means staying bound to Christ daily. It means feeding our inner fire with quiet reflection, sacred texts, acts of mercy, and living with integrity. We must guard the oil of our soul so our light burns true no matter how long the darkness lasts. Are you prepared? Are you building an inner sanctuary with Christ that cannot shatter? Or are you surviving on a superficial identity, a fragile mask that crumbles when the night grows cold and the silence stretches? This timeless tale reveals a stark truth about personal responsibility. The wise bridesmaids could not give away their oil. It belonged to their essence alone. Spiritual depth cannot be borrowed. We cannot live off the light of another. We must seek the divine within ourselves. Imagine standing in the ancient crowd, hearing this story unfold. The listeners would have felt a sudden sharp chill. Weddings were times of pure joy, but the terror of being locked outside in the cold was agonizing. He uses this stark image to expose the nature of our souls. The prepared step into eternal warmth, while the negligent are left in the dark. The division is absolute, forcing us to look closely at our own hearts. Our spirits burning true, fueled by honest devotion and vigilance? Or are they sputtering, dying out as we wander blindly through our days? This tale of the 10 virgins is not meant to terrify us, but to awaken us. It is an invitation to heal our lives, to gather our strength, and to live with deep intent. The Master approaches, the feast is set, and the gate remains open. But it will close. This ancient mystery asks us to choose. Will we be awake, ready for the calling? Or will we be caught sleeping? Where do you stand in this mirror? Are you tending to your inner light, keeping your soul prepared? Or have you drifted, believing there is always some tomorrow? The hour is here. The warning rings clear. Stay awake, because you do not know the day or the hour. Leaving behind the urgent call of the 10 virgins, the ancient text leads us to a mystery that forces us to look at the very foundation of our existence. It tells of 2 builders, 2 houses, and 2 radically different destinies. Spoken in Matthew 7 and Luke 6, Jesus delivers this truth at the very conclusion. This Sermon on the Mount, his ultimate collection of ancient wisdom, is no mere conclusion. It is a haunting call to action, a final plea to take his words to heart. Imagine the crowd on that grassy hillside listening to Jesus' voice drifting across the Sea of Galilee. They have just heard revolutionary truths, words that have pierced their souls and shattered their assumptions. He spoke of loving enemies, forgiving wrongs, and living with humility while trusting God. Now he pauses, looks deep into their eyes, and shares a story that cuts to the bone. Therefore, whoever hears these words of mine and acts on them is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Matthew chapter 7, verse 24. Picture the builder standing on a stretch of rugged land. Scorching sun beats down as he studies the terrain. His goal is clear. He wants to build a home, something solid and lasting. But building is no easy task. It demands grit, planning, and foresight. This builder knows the most critical part of the project is the foundation. He finds a massive rock, a strong, immovable slab, and begins. The work is brutal. Carving into stone is grueling, heavy labor. Every blow of the hammer echoes through the canyon as he chips away, securing a spot for his home. Sweat stings his eyes, his hands bleed, and progress feels agonizingly slow. But he pushes forward, knowing the struggle is worth it. Day by day, the structure rises. The walls go up, the timber is locked. And when it is finished, the Creator stands back to admire his labor. The home stands proud, anchored to the bedrock. It is not just a building, it is a fortress built to survive any storm. Then Jesus shifts the scene. But everyone who hears these words of mine and neglects them is like a foolish man who built his house on shifting sand, as Matthew chapter 7 verse 26 states. Imagine this foolish builder. He also wants a house to call his own, but he takes an easier road. Instead of digging deep, instead of seeking solid ground, he chooses a soft patch of sand. It is fast and effortless. The sand demands no hard digging, and construction flies by. Within a week, his house stands tall. From the outside, it looks identical to the one built on rock, beautiful, sturdy, and ready. Neighbors pass by and admire both, seeing no real difference. The careless builder stands there, proud, smug that his shortcut worked. But then the storm hits. Jesus warns, the rain fell, the torrents rose, and the winds battered that house. Yet it did not collapse, because its foundation was on rock. Matthew chapter 7 verse 25. Suddenly a terrible storm rolls in, winds howling and rain lashing the walls. The wise builder's home shudders under the onslaught, but it does not shatter. The foundation holds anchored deep. The floods rise, but his home stands tall, defiant, immovable, and completely secure. But for the foolish builder, the story ends in ruin. The rain fell, the rivers flooded, and the winds battered against that house. And it fell with a great crash. Matthew chapter 7, verse 27. The sand, once so easy, shifts under the pressure of the storm, its weak foundation dissolving as the heavy walls groan, splinter, and collapse. The building folds in on itself, its final ruin swallowed by the howling wind. The foolish man stands with nothing but wreckage where his hopes once lived. The message is simple hearing. Jesus is not enough. We must act. These two builders represent two paths of the human soul, those who hear and integrate these teachings and those who hear but disregard them. The storm represents the inevitable crises, heartbreaks, and trials of human life. When those storms hit, and they will, our hidden foundation decides whether we survive or fall. The wise builder is not spared from the storm. He is wise because he anticipated it. He does the hard daily work of anchoring his life to the solid truth. He chooses integrity over convenience, faith over easy shortcuts, and truth over public appearance. The foolish builder, by contrast, represents those chasing the temporary. They build on shifting sands of wealth, status, and ego, ignoring the deeper laws of the spirit. Their lives look glittering from the outside, but when the storm breaks, their foundation is exposed. This parable is an urgent mirror. Jesus is not here to entertain. He speaks to provoke a choice. He asks each of us, what are you actually building on? Is it the bedrock of truth or the sinking sand of modern illusions? Building on rock is hard. It demands effort, patience, and quiet grit. It means living out these teachings when it is costly, loving our enemies, forgiving betrayals, trusting God in the dark, and serving others. It means digging deep into who we are, stripping away the illusions that divide our souls, anchoring our fragile lives to the enduring truth of Christ. But building on this stone is worth the struggle. When the tempest strikes, and it will, we remain unshaken. Jesus is that bedrock. He is the ancient fortress where we find our footing. As the scripture echoes, He alone is my salvation, my refuge, my stronghold. I will never be shaken. What quiet storms are battering your soul today? Is it grief, betrayal, illness, or dread? Are the cold winds of life howling at your walls, threatening to destroy what you have constructed? This ancient tale of two builders reminds us that we never face the tempest alone when we construct our identity on His truth. When we listen and act, we find the strength to survive any flood that rises. Yet this story also forces us to peer into our own depths. Have we built our lives on shifting sands, chasing fleeting illusions? Do we harbor a shallow, fragile belief, hearing the truth but refusing to let it transform us? Or are we digging deep, anchoring our souls to the bedrock? Picture the ancient crowd as the story ends. Silence falls heavy, with truth settling deep within them. This is no mere philosophy, but the very breath of life. The choice is clear. Build. What about you? Are you constructing a temple that stand? Will you choose the quiet, painful work of surrender, knowing His ancient truth is your only anchor? The storm will rage, but the soul anchored to the bedrock will never collapse. From this blueprint of human design, Jesus now turns our gaze to the complex reality of a world where light and shadow, holy truth and lies entwine. This parable of the wheat and the weeds speaks directly to the painful friction we feel daily, the existence of darkness in a creation made by a loving, sacred Creator. This tale offers us both an explanation and a promise. Divine patience allows the good to grow beside the corrupt, but absolute justice ensures that eventually a final weeping will come, gathering the pure into his sanctuary. See Jesus now standing in the wild open hills. Desperate crowds press in. Weary farmers, shepherds, merchants, and laborers listen closely, their hearts absorbing every word. Many of them till the hard earth, understanding the deep rhythms of sowing, cultivating, and harvesting. They know the quiet joy of a rich yield and the anger of weeds choking the soil. Jesus uses this earthly mystery to reveal the hidden architecture of the soul. He begins, "The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed pure seed in his field. But while the world slept, his enemy sowed weeds among the wheat and slipped away." Matthew chapter 13. The crowd nods, intimately familiar with this betrayal. Tending a field demands immense labor. The farmer prepares the earth, chooses the finest seed, and plants with hope for a... But here a shadow falls. Under the heavy shroud of night, a silent enemy creeps into the soil, planting corruption. It is a calculated strike of malice meant to destroy the harvest. The weeds Jesus describes are likely darnel, a toxic mimic that mirrors true wheat in its infancy. In the beginning, the difference is invisible. Both plants rise together, their roots weaving a tangled web in the dark. But as maturity approaches, the deception is unmasked. The weeds bear no grain. They are parasites devouring the light and life meant for the wheat. Soon the servants realize the field is ruined. They run to the master, distressed and bewildered. "Master, did you not sow pure seed here? How then does this field overflow with poison?" Matthew 13:27. This is the very cry of the modern soul. If God is sovereign and his kingdom is rising, why does shadow still persist? Why do greed and malice thrive right alongside quiet goodness, deep faith, and truth? We demand answers. The master answers simply, "An enemy did this." Matthew 13:28. There is the stark truth. A cosmic adversary actively works to poison our world. Christ reveals that evil in the world is not born of divine neglect. It is the work of Satan sowing chaos, heavy temptation, and despair. Eager to fix the ruin, the servants ask, "Do you want us to weed them out?" Matthew 13:28. It feels like the perfect cure. Tear out the poison, banish the deceivers, and let truth thrive. But the master gives a shocking command. "No. If you pull the weeds, you will destroy the wheat with them. Let both grow until the harvest." Matthew 13:29 and 30. Here this haunting tale takes a sharp turn. His wisdom is deeply patient. The roots of the wicked and the pure are so tangled that uprooting the poison would destroy the promise of the harvest. He knows that acting in haste now would ruin everything. Instead, he waits in quiet patience, letting both mature side by side until the harvest. When harvest comes, the dividing begins. The farmer commands his workers to first sweep through and gather the weeds and bind them in bundles for the fire. "But gather the wheat into my barn." So writes Matthew chapter 13, verse 30. Picture this field. Golden wheat sways in the wind, but toxic weeds grow right alongside it, fruitless, ugly, and completely out of place. Soon the harvesters move through cutting down everything and dividing them. The weeds are bundled for the fire, while the wheat is brought home, a symbol of the divine kingdom and eternal life. Later in the quiet, the disciples ask Jesus to decode this mysterious story. His answer leaves no room for doubt. The sower of the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, and the good seed represents citizens of the kingdom. The weeds are those of the evil one sown by the enemy, who is the devil. The harvest is the end of time, and the harvesters are angels. Matthew 13, verses 37 to 39. Jesus makes it clear. We live in that tense delay between planting and harvest. The good seed, those belonging to the kingdom, grow right beside the weeds of the enemy. This presence of evil is intentional. The enemy's secret design. Yet in absolute patience, God allows both to grow together for now. Why wait? Because divine patience is rooted in mercy, as 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 9 states. God is not slow about his promise. Instead, he is patient with you, desiring that no one should perish, but that all find a way to change. He delays judgment to give us time to turn back. But this story carries a chilling warning. The harvest is coming. Jesus warns that just as weeds are uprooted and burned, so it will be at the end of time. The Son of Man will send his angels to weed from his kingdom everything that corrupts and all who practice lawlessness. They will throw them into the furnace, a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will blaze like the sun in their Father's kingdom. Matthew 13, verses 40 to 43. It is a terrifying, sobering image. Judgment is coming, and there will be a stark final separation. The weeds, those who rejected the truth, will face complete and utter destruction. But the wheat, those who are his, will shine in his kingdom forever. This ancient story teaches three profound truths. First, the kingdom advances despite the presence of evil. Evil may seem to win, but it cannot halt the divine plan. The wheat will mature. Second, his patience gives us space to turn. He waits not because he is indifferent, but because he is merciful. Each day is a quiet window for repentance and redemption. God's justice will prevail. The weeds will not stand forever. A day is coming when the righteous are gathered into his eternal kingdom, and evil is undone forever. What about us? Are we living as wheat, bearing fruit for the kingdom? Or have we let toxic lies take root in our hearts? Do we trust his timing, or do we burn with frustration, demanding action today? This parable invites us to trust in a deeper wisdom and authority. Though weeds surround us for now, the harvest is coming. Until then, our calling is to grow, to stand firm, and to shine like beacons in a dark world. From this portrait of patience and divine justice, Jesus now shifts his focus, teaching us how to handle the long, painful delay to discouragement and the agonizing waiting seasons of life. He reveals a raw truth about relentless prayer that shatters our view of divine timing, inviting us to pray with absolute, unshakable faith. Through the story of a persistent widow, Jesus paints a gritty portrait of unwavering focus, relentless hope, and a corrupt judge who finally breaks not out of mercy, but sheer exhaustion from her relentless pursuit. How much more, Jesus asks, will our loving God hear us when we cry? The setting is intimate yet vivid. Imagine Jesus surrounded by his disciples, ordinary men and women burdened with heavy struggles, nursing broken hearts, and waiting desperately for answers that seem too slow to arrive. Jesus, reading their weariness, looks into their eyes and begins. He tells them a story to show why they must keep praying and never lose heart. Luke chapter 18, verse 1. From the start, Jesus reveals his purpose to fuel fierce persistence in prayer and unshakable faith. The lesson is not hidden. He tells them up front, because he knows how easily we lose heart when heaven is silent and days stretch into empty months, when hope grows faint. The story introduces two stark characters, a vulnerable widow and an unjust judge. In a certain town, A corrupt judge ruled, fearing neither God nor the opinion of man. In that same town lived a desperate widow who kept demanding, "Give me justice against my adversary." Luke chapter 18. What if the ancient scriptures are actually a mirror for your deepest internal battles? In Jesus' day, widows were utterly defenseless. Lacking protection, they had no status, no wealth, and zero power. Yet ancient law repeatedly demanded their preservation. They were meant to be protected. Instead, they were ignored. This widow, like so many others, faced cold neglect. She was deeply wronged, her inheritance stolen, her basic rights stripped away, and her dignity entirely shattered. Trampled by life, she demands justice against an incredibly powerful adversary. Standing in her path is a cold, indifferent judge, a figure of absolute authority, but completely empty of mercy. Jesus describes him as a man with no fear of God. He cared nothing for human opinion, as noted in Luke 18. He had no moral compass, ignoring both heaven and humanity. Power had thoroughly hardened his soul. He was blind to fairness and totally deaf to the cries of the suffering. He was the absolute last person to offer rescue. Yet this woman refused to disappear. Every morning she invaded his court. Visualize her a tiny shadow standing in a hostile crowd, her voice piercing the noise, demanding justice against her enemy. With a cold wave of his hand, he sweeps her away. But tomorrow she will return, her resolve entirely unbroken. Her voice remains steady, her purpose razor sharp. As weeks bleed into months, she becomes a permanent shadow in his world. She waits at his chamber door at dawn, follows him through the streets, and stands like a ghost outside his home. Her persistent crying becomes a psychological splinter under his skin. The ruler tries to block her out, but he fails. Her defiance is total. She will not stop until she is heard. Finally, unable to bear it, he mutters to himself. He whispers to himself that he has no fear of God and cares nothing for mankind. But this woman is slowly driving him to madness. I must grant her justice before she physically strikes me. In Luke 18, the ancient Greek word used for attack actually means to give someone a black eye. She was bruising his ego, completely shattering his psychological defenses. To reclaim his peace, this unjust ruler finally surrenders. He does not act from compassion, but purely to save himself. She won because she refused to yield. Jesus now turns to his followers, his voice heavy with meaning. Listen to what this corrupt judge says. Will not the divine bring justice to those who cry to him? Will he keep them waiting in the dark? I promise you, he will secure justice for them and do so swiftly. Do you hear the profound mystery? God is not like this corrupt ruler. He is the exact opposite. If an unfeeling worldly judge can be moved, how much more will our loving, compassionate Creator respond to the desperate cries of his own people? The widow was a powerless outsider, a forgotten soul. Yet her relentless voice won her ultimate vindication. But we are not outcasts. We are chosen. We are children. She had to beg a heartless stranger while we stand before a Father who intimately knows our pain. Yet a haunting question still echoes from the text. When the Son of Man returns, will he find faith on the earth? As recorded in Luke chapter 18. This shifts the lens directly onto our own modern exile. The question isn't about God's faithfulness, but our own. Will we keep believing when the heavens seem silent? Will we persevere when everything tells us to let go? The ancient narrative understands this struggle. It mapped the heavy gravity of doubt, the deep exhaustion of waiting. But this wisdom reminds us, divine delay is never a denial. There is a sacred architecture to time. His justice is inevitable. What does this mean for us today? First, your persistence in the dark actually matters. The widow did not plead once and vanish. She returned day after day with a quiet, fierce resolve. We are invited to do the same, to lay our deepest psychological wounds before the divine, knowing we are heard. Second, our anchor is the character of God. The corrupt judge yielded to sheer annoyance, but the Creator acts from love. He is not distant or indifferent. When we pray, we are not merely trying to force His hand or exhaust His patience. We are leaning into His goodness and resting in His promises. Finally, faith is revealed through perseverance. Her refusal to give up proved she believed justice was real. In the same way, our continuous prayer reveals the depth of our faith. Do we trust His identity enough to keep seeking in the dark, even when answers are delayed? Have you ever felt like her, crying out for restoration, for healing, or for truth? Have you felt the heavy temptation to surrender because the silence of your life seemed absolute? This ancient parable speaks directly to you today. It is a whisper to keep going, to keep searching. For if a defenseless widow could bend a ruthless tyrant to her will, imagine how deeply your cries move the heart of your loving Creator. The tale of the persistent widow reminds us that prayer is no passive ritual. It is a bold, relentless struggle, a constant hunt for sacred promises, choosing to believe day after day, even when the cold reality suggests otherwise. So what silence are you holding inside today? What desires did you bury simply because you grew tired of waiting? The ancient text calls you to rekindle that fire, to cry out once more, and trust that you are heard. From those desperate cries for justice, the narrative shifts inward, focusing directly on the dark corners of the human heart, the absolute truth of who we are. Through two ancient figures, the teacher strips away our careful religious armor. He exposes our pride to show what real vulnerability looks like. It is a mirror that shatters our comfortable illusions. It heals the broken and warns us that finding peace requires letting go of our achievements and embracing our weaknesses. The stage is the great temple of Jerusalem, the symbolic center of the soul, a place of heavy silence. Here ancient hopes rose like smoke, sacrifices were made, and desperate people came searching for something greater than themselves. Picture standing beneath those colossal stone walls. The gold of the sanctuary catches the fading sun, blinding and beautiful. A sea of humanity moves through the courts. Priests muttering rituals, weary travelers whispering secrets, and curious eyes watching. In this sacred theater, a sharp psychological drama unfolds. Two men step forward, both seeking the exact same thing. For those wrapped in self-assurance who viewed others with quiet contempt, this story was a direct strike. The account tells us two figures climbed the mountain to pray. One was a religious leader, the other a despised tax collector. In the ancient world, these two stood on opposite ends of the moral spectrum. Consider the Pharisee first. He represents the ultimate insider, a guardian of tradition, deeply admired for his public devotion. He fasted without fail, calculated his offerings to the penny, and walked with an air of absolute perfection. His prayers echoed in public spaces, a model of success. To the crowd, he was the gold standard of faith, a man secure in the heavens. But then we have the tax collector, a figure of pure social exile. He was a traitor working for the Roman occupiers, draining his own people of their livelihood. He took extra for himself, marked as a corrupt criminal, someone entirely beyond the reach of grace. The psychological divide is vast. One stands tall, fueled by public respect, while the other shrinks away in shame. He cannot even look up. The story starts with the insider standing apart, projecting his gratitude toward the heavens, thanking God that he is not like the thieves, cheats, and sinners around him, especially that tax collector. He boasts of his discipline and generosity. On the surface, his prayer begins with thanksgiving, mimicking humility. but the facade quickly slips, revealing a dark interior. This gratitude is not an appreciation of divine grace. It is fueled by ego and superiority. He celebrates his own separation from the rest of humanity. His voice rings out through the sacred courtyard, turning what should be worship into a performance of self-praise, a mental resume of moral success. To feel righteous, he must compare himself to the brokenness of others. He feeds on their flaws to boost his own status, asking for nothing because he believes he needs nothing. He presents a checklist of virtues, assuming the divine is satisfied. Then, with a cold, dismissing look, he targets the outsider nearby. Imagine the tension. The religious leader standing tall, basking in his own light. He claims the center stage shoulders back voice echoing. To the onlookers, he is the picture of devotion. Yet underneath that beautiful mask lies a hollow spirit, choked by arrogance, judgment, and total isolation. Now the spotlight shifts to the outsider. His physical stance tells a completely different story. He lingers in the shadows, eyes fixed on the dirt, striking his chest in deep agony, crying out for mercy, admitting his failure. The psychological divide is clear as he clings to the edges of the sacred space. Overwhelmed by guilt, he cannot face the light. His downcast gaze is a raw admission of his internal exile. The striking of his chest is an ancient expression of mourning. He takes full ownership of his shadows. His cry is stripped of all pretense, just a few raw words begging for mercy, revealing his entire soul. No comparisons, no excuses, no ego. He stands fully exposed, accepting his flaws without trying to hide them. He knows he cannot earn redemption. He only needs grace. A deep, cleansing kind of forgiveness. This is a plea for absolute reconciliation. A desire to be made whole again after being fractured by guilt. It is the desperate voice of a soul that has hit rock bottom, realizing its only rescue lies in surrender. With a single sentence, Jesus delivers a psychological twist that silences the crowd. I tell you, this broken man went home justified before God. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Luke 18:14. The crowd stands frozen. The Pharisee, a religious elite who seemed so righteous, walks away unjustified. His pride blinded him to his desperate need for mercy. His outward piety masked an inward arrogance, leaving zero space for the divine. But the tax collector, the despised outcast, goes home justified. Why? Because he approached the absolute with a broken, repentant heart. He owned his darkness and threw himself on divine mercy and received pure grace. This ancient parable shatters our modern illusion of self-righteousness. It exposes the lethal trap of pride, showing how easily we become the Pharisee, trusting our own goodness and looking down on others. Yet it offers profound hope, proving that divine mercy is open to anyone who humbly seeks it, no matter how damaged or unworthy they feel. The Pharisee's fatal mistake was not his obedience to the law, but his shadow psychology. He believed his actions made him superior, holier, and highly deserving of divine favor. He measured his soul against his peers instead of the infinite divine standard. But as the prophet Isaiah warns, all our righteous deeds are merely filthy rags. Isaiah chapter 64, verse 6. The tax collector, however, understood a deeper truth. None of us can buy divine favor. We are all fractured, and our only hope is grace. What about us? Have we also fallen into this trap of spiritual pride? Do we constantly compare ourselves to others, measuring our goodness by their failures? Do we approach the divine with entitlement, as if we are owed something for our effort? Or are we like the tax collector, approaching with a raw, shattered humility and a desperate need for mercy. Christ's words are hauntingly clear. For all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. True humility pulls us into the divine presence, where we find forgiveness, grace, and restoration. Imagine standing in the dark temple as these two men pray. One stands tall, fueled by self-righteousness. The other kneels in absolute pieces, begging for mercy. Who are you in this ancient mirror? Are you the Pharisee, relying on your own strength? Or the tax collector, screaming out for divine grace? This profound parable reminds us that the divine never looks at our outward masks, but deep into the heart. He desires no impressive speeches, flawless behavior, or moral high grounds. He wants raw humility, sincerity, and repentance. This story forces us to scan our own psyches. Do we approach the divine with pride or with humility? Are we trusting our own goodness or crying out for mercy from this humbling lesson of the Pharisee and the outcast, where we witness the power of true repentance? Jesus leads us into an even deeper parable with haunting, sobering consequences. A story that peels back the heavy veil of eternity, the parable of the rich man and Lazarus is no simple fable about money and poverty. It is an urgent psychological warning. Our current choices echo into eternity. It uncovers divine justice and the stark reality of the afterlife, forcing us to ask, are we living for what actually matters? The narrative begins with a violent contrast, introducing two characters whose worlds could not be more polarized. There was a wealthy man dressed in royal purple and fine linen who lived in absolute luxury. But at his gates lay a beggar named Lazarus, covered in agonizing sores, desperate for any scrap that fell. Even the dogs licked his wounds. Luke chapter 16, verses 19 to 21. Imagine this chilling scene of absolute luxury and excess. He wears purple and fine linen garments reserved strictly for royalty and the extreme elite. In those times, purple dye was extremely rare, a symbol of high status, while fine linen felt incredibly soft and luxurious. This man doesn't just survive. He feasts sumptuously every single day. Picture the grand halls, the laughter echoing, and tables groaning under the weight of food and wine. Every day is a performance of power and prosperity. Meanwhile, right outside the gate of this massive estate lies the beggar Lazarus, a name meaning God is my help. It is a brutal irony for a soul whose life seems completely abandoned. He is covered in wounds, weak, body is utterly shattered, his stomach empty and aching. He starves, longing for the scraps swept off the rich man's table, crumbs brushed away for the stray dogs. Yet Lazarus receives zero mercy. His only true companions are the wild dogs licking his open sores. Those unclean scavengers offer more warmth than the wealthy elite who remains completely indifferent, stepping over the dying man at his door day after day. Feel the tension. The wealthy feast while Lazarus starves. One lives in absolute luxury, the other rots in misery. But that physical gate between them, this reveals a deep spiritual rift, a cold wall of indifference separating these two souls. Then the scales of fate shift. The beggar draws his last breath, carried by angels to rest at Abraham's side. Soon after, the wealthy man also dies. Luke chapter 16, verse 22. Death, the ultimate equalizer, claims them both. His prestige fails him. The fine purple robes, the endless feasts, and the glittering life vanish, leaving him entirely bare. Lazarus passes away too, but his departure is different. He is lifted on the wings of angels to Abraham's side. For those listening, this meant paradise, a sacred sanctuary where weary, righteous souls find peace in the arms of their ancestor. The outcast who spent his days ignored and starving at the gates is suddenly elevated to the highest seat of honor. Meanwhile, the wealthy man wakes to a terrifying reality. In Hades, surrounded by torment, his world of comfort is shattered. Looking up, he sees Abraham far off, with Lazarus resting beside him. Luke chapter 16, verse 23. The contrast is shocking. The man who once had everything now burns in a dry abyss of regret and agony. His soft life replaced by fire. Pain sears his very soul. Yet from this dark depth of isolation, he glances upward and recognizes the beggar he once ignored. There is Lazarus, peaceful and cradled. Desperate, the rich man screams, "Father Abraham, show me mercy. Look down on me. Send Lazarus to dip his finger in cool water and touch my tongue, for I am burning in this fire." Luke chapter 16, verse 24. Even in the afterlife, his ego remains blind. He does not plead for freedom only for a moment of relief, just a single drop of water. Strangely, he still views Lazarus as a servant, someone meant to cater to his needs. Even in eternity, class divides persist in his mind. But Abraham answers with cold clarity. "Child, look back at your life. You took all the best things, while Lazarus had only pain. Now he finds shelter here while you suffer." Luke chapter 16, verse 25. The cosmic tables have turned. His shallow luxuries are gone. Now he must face the quiet rot of his own selfish indifference, while Lazarus, who knew only heavy sorrow, finds his rest in the presence of God. Abraham speaks again. "A vast, unbridgeable gulf has been fixed between us, so that none can cross over from here to your side. None can cross to us either." Luke chapter 16, verse 26. The divide is completely permanent. The physical gate that shut Lazarus out in life has hardened into an eternal spiritual canyon. The division is fixed. The window to change, to choose a different path, has closed forever. Realizing this, he suddenly thinks of home. He begs Abraham, "Please, I ask you, send Lazarus back to my father's house, because I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them so they do not end up in this agonizing place." Luke chapter 16, verses 27 and 28. Even in the fire, he finally starts to see the weight of his actions. He hopes to protect his family from the same destiny. He believes a ghost returning from the dead would wake them. But Abraham answers, "They already have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them." Luke chapter 16, verse 29. The rich man argues, "No, Father Abraham, if someone rises from the grave, they will listen." Luke chapter 16, verse 30. Abraham's reply cuts through his denial. If they ignore the prophets, they will not believe a resurrection either. Luke chapter 16, verse 31. Here lies the true heavy secret of this ancient story. Jesus uses this haunting dynamic between two extremes to mirror a deep psychological reality within us. God tracks the invisible and the broken. Lazarus, though ignored by society, was deeply known and cherished by the divine. His pain was not his final chapter. The choices we make echo. This life is not a closed loop. How we exist now matters forever. The wealthy man insulated himself from the suffering of others, trusting his gold, and lost his soul. The truth is already right in front of us. Abraham makes it plain. The words we ignore hold everything we need. If we choose blindness in our daily lives, no spectacular miracle or divine sign will ever open our closed hearts. Look inward. Are we chasing fleeting comforts, completely blind to the deeper spiritual realities humming beneath our daily routines? Do we walk past the broken, locked in our own private worlds? This ancient story forces a difficult mirror. Who is lying at your gate right now? The dismissed, the ignored, the uncomfortable presence that God calls you to truly love. Are we letting truth change our character today? Or are we just waiting for some crisis to force our hand? The tragic tale of the rich man and Lazarus is not a threat. It is a mirror. It warns us that our small, everyday choices are quietly shaping our eternal destination. The divine sees straight through our status and wealth. What matters is the quiet pulse of our compassion, humility, and a heart surrendered to Him. This parable invites us to live differently. It calls us to see the unseen care for the forgotten and invest in what truly matters. The rich man's deep regret was that he realized the truth too late. But for us, it is not too late. The gate is still open. From the sobering image of eternal consequences in the story of the rich man and Lazarus, Jesus now shifts his focus to an equally challenging truth, a lesson about the immense power of forgiveness and the devastating weight of withholding it. The parable of the unforgiving servant confronts us with the heart of the gospel. We are forgiven of an immeasurable debt. And we are called, even commanded, to forgive others in turn. It is a story revealing the tension between mercy and justice, a story that holds a mirror to our hearts and asks, have we truly understood the grace we have been given? The parable begins with an earnest question from Peter, one of Jesus' closest disciples. Perhaps Peter was struggling with someone in his life who had wronged him repeatedly, someone whose offenses were starting to pile up like stones. With a genuine desire to understand, Peter approaches Jesus and asks, Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times. Matthew 18:21. Peter likely thought he was being generous. The rabbis of that era taught that forgiving someone 3 times was enough. Peter, perhaps eager to impress, more than doubles that number to 7, a figure symbolizing completeness. Surely that is enough, he reasons. Surely there is a limit to how much forgiveness we must extend. But Jesus' answer takes Peter and the rest of us by surprise. I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times. Matthew 18:22. In some translations, it reads 70 times 7, but the exact number is not the point. Jesus is not giving Peter a mathematical formula. He is shattering the illusion of limited forgiveness by saying 77 times. Jesus declares that forgiveness must be continuous and endless, reflecting the boundless mercy of God Himself. To drive this truth home, Jesus shares a parable that exposes the hypocrisy of withholding forgiveness after receiving it. Therefore, the kingdom of heaven is like a king who wanted to settle accounts with his servants. Matthew 18:23. Picture a grand throne room, majestic, intimidating, and filled with tension. The king sits on his throne, his face stern yet fair, as one by one his servants are brought before him to settle their debts. This is no casual meeting. It is a day of reckoning. One servant is brought in, man who owes the king 10,000 talents. To Jesus' audience, this number would be staggering. A talent was the largest unit of currency in the ancient world, and 10,000 was the highest numerical figure commonly used. To put it in perspective, 1 talent was equivalent to about 20 years of wages for a laborer. 10,000 talents would be more than a person could earn in multiple lifetimes. The debt is unimaginable, unpayable. It is as though the man owes billions of dollars, a sum so overwhelming that it defies comprehension. The king, seeing the enormity of the debt, orders that the servant, his family, and all his possessions be sold to repay what is owed. In ancient times, this was the harsh reality of debt. It meant losing everything: freedom, dignity, and hope. Desperation grips the servant's heart. He falls to his knees, his face pressed against the cold stone floor, and pleads with the king, Be patient with me, and I will pay back everything. Matthew 18:26. The words are hollow, an empty promise born of panic. There is no way he can ever repay such a debt, and deep down he knows it. But the king sees more than the man's desperation. He sees his brokenness. Jesus says the servant's master took pity on him, canceled the debt, and let him go. Matthew 18:27. Pause and let that sink in. The king does not extend the deadline, he does not reduce the debt, he cancels it completely, utterly, and permanently. The servant who moments ago faced ruin is now free. Imagine his relief. The weight of an impossible burden has been lifted, and he walks out of the throne room a forgiven man. But the story takes a dark turn. The servant, freshly forgiven and free, steps out into the sunlight. His pockets may be empty, but his heart should be full of gratitude. Yet as he walks through the streets, he sees another man, a fellow servant, who owes him 100 denarii. Compared to 10,000 talents, this is nothing. A denarius was about 1 day's wage for a laborer, so 100 denarii amounts to roughly 3 months' wages. It is a significant debt, but completely manageable, something that could reasonably be repaid with time and effort. But the forgiven servant forgets the mercy he has just received. Grabbing the man by the throat, he demands repayment. Pay back what you owe me. Matthew 18:28. The fellow servant falls to his knees, echoing the exact words the debtor begged. Have patience with me, and I will pay it back. As written in Matthew 18:29, but there was no pity, no compassion. Instead of showing grace, the forgiven man demands justice, throwing his debtor into prison until every last cent is paid. The hypocrisy is chilling. A man pardoned of a debt he could never earn refuses to pardon a tiny, manageable sum. Word of this cruelty eventually reaches the king. Horrified by what they witnessed, the other servants expose the betrayal to him. He summons the unforgiving servant back to the throne room. "You wicked servant," the king roars, "I canceled your entire debt just because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have shown mercy to your fellow servant just as I showed mercy to you?" In Matthew 18:32-33, the king's anger burns. He hands the ruthless man over to the torturers until he can repay everything, a debt he can never possibly clear. Jesus ends this dark parable with a warning. This is how my heavenly Father will treat each of you unless you forgive your brother or sister from the heart. From Matthew 18:35. This ancient parable carries a heavy psychological weight. Jesus isn't speaking of abstract theory. He is confronting the very core of our humanity. The 10,000 talents represent the infinite debt of our souls, a moral debt owed to the Divine One we can never repay through endless struggle, good deeds, or self-righteousness. Yet through the ultimate sacrifice, God cancels that debt entirely, offering a profound forgiveness, freely and generously given. The 100 denarii, by contrast, are the grievances we nurse against others. They feel massive, but they are tiny compared to what we have been spared. The message is clear. If we are forgiven so much, how can we withhold grace? To deny mercy to another is to reject the very grace that saved us. What does this whisper to our modern souls? It means forgiveness is not a therapeutic option. It is a spiritual law. Jesus teaches us to pray, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors," in Matthew 6:12. Our willingness to pardon reveals our own inner transformation. It shows we actually understand divine mercy. But letting go is agonizing. It costs us our pride, requiring absolute surrender, letting go of our quiet thirst for revenge. It does not mean condoning the deep hurt, but choosing instead to release the debt they owe us, just as God released ours. Have you ever truly struggled to forgive someone? Have you harbored a quiet bitterness, replaying the trauma in your mind like a debt that must be paid back? If so, this parable is a mirror. It reveals that we are all that first servant standing before the king with a debt we could never hope to pay. Yet God forgave us. How then can we withhold that grace? This parable is a direct challenge to meet divine grace with human grace. It forces us to look inward and examine our hearts. Who are we holding hostage in our minds? Moving from this painful lesson of unforgiving debts where mercy was offered but viciously hoarded, Jesus now leads us to a completely different scene. A grand royal celebration, an invitation like no other. The ancient parable of the wedding feast unfolds before us. It is a dramatic, haunting story that challenges our response to the divine warning of the psychological cost of rejection. A tale of cold excuses, missed doors, and the open arms of a ruler who desperately wants his banquet hall filled. Imagine the scene. Jesus stands in the temple courts, surrounded by a tense crowd of scholars, skeptics, and ordinary seekers. The air is heavy. He has been systematically exposing the hypocrisy of the elite, stripping away their religious illusions. As they hold their breath, Jesus begins a new story, one that speaks of a powerful ruler, a grand feast, and a choice. He paints a picture of absolute majesty. The kingdom of heaven, he says, is like a great king hosting a lavish wedding banquet for his son in Matthew 22:2. Instantly, the crowd is captivated. In the ancient world, a royal wedding was the ultimate event, the very peak of joy, power, and high celebration. It meant endless days of eating, music, and wild celebration, an unforgettable experience where honor and abundance would overflow. In this cosmic metaphor, the king represents God, and the wedding feast itself is a portrait of his eternal kingdom. It represents the final grand celebration where Christ the Son is forever united with his chosen people. This invite is nothing less than a summons to salvation, a call to find your place in the greatest joy of eternity. The prep work is finally finished. The finest food is prepared. The tables are elegantly set, and the halls are decorated. The king dispatches his messengers with a clear prompt: tell those on the guest list that my feast is ready. The best meats are prepared. Everything is perfectly set. Come to the wedding banquet, as written in Matthew 22:4. This is no casual flyer. It is a royal summons. To receive an invitation is an incredible mark of honor, a rare chance to share in the king's joy. The messengers travel far and wide carrying this life-altering news. He sent the message expecting joy and immediate gratitude, but what followed was unthinkable. They ignored the summons, walking away to their fields and businesses, as Matthew 22:5 describes. The chosen guests, deemed worthy of honor, show complete indifference, rejecting the king's invitation. Picture it. Servants stand at doorsteps announcing a grand feast, only to be dismissed like nuisances. One claims he has work in the fields. Another shrugs, too busy with daily business. Their true priorities lie elsewhere. They are consumed by routine, chased by ambition and possessions, leaving no room for the king's grand banquet. But some go beyond mere apathy. They seize the messengers, abuse them, and murder them. Matthew 22:6 states, "The crowd must have gasped. How could anyone meet a gracious invite with such raw hostility?" Yet Jesus makes it clear. The messengers face violence and rejection. This echoes the ancient prophets sent by God to call his people back, prophets who were dismissed, mocked, and murdered for speaking truth. The royal response is swift and terrifying. The king was enraged. He sent his army, destroyed the murderers, and burned their city. Matthew 22:7 warns us that refusing the divine summons has heavy consequences. His patience is vast, but justice is certain. Yet the king does not yield. His hall is empty, and his joy will not be denied. He issues a new command: go to the busy street corners and invite everyone you find. Matthew 22:9 tells us the servants scatter across the city. They search the markets, the dark alleys, and the highways, calling out to all, rich and poor, clean and unclean, outsiders and outcasts. Souls who never expected an invite are suddenly welcomed to this royal celebration. The grand hall fills with warm laughter, music, and a rising hum of voices as guests stream in. Jesus says the servants went out into the streets, gathering everyone they could find, both the bad and the good, and the wedding hall filled with guests. Matthew 22:10 reveals a vivid scene. The empty hall is alive with joy. The feast is abundant tables, overflowing with people who understand the sheer honor of their invitation. But then Jesus delivers one final twist. When the king enters to view his guests, he spots a man who is not wearing wedding clothes. He asks, "How did you get in here without wedding clothes, friend?" The man is speechless. Matthew 22:11-12 notes, the king's tone shifts. He confronts a single guest who stands out, not because of his poor background, but because he came entirely unprepared. Historically, it was customary for a wealthy host to provide fine wedding garments for guests lacking proper attire. The king had made complete provision so that anyone, regardless of their status, could join the feast dressed appropriately. This man had zero excuse. He received the invitation, walked into the banquet, yet refused to honor the king by wearing the garments provided. The king's judgment is swift. Bind him hand and foot, throwing him out into the darkness where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 22:13 concludes. Jesus ends with a haunting truth. Many are invited, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14 says, "The parable is profound. The wedding feast represents the kingdom of heaven with the invitation extended to all. God invites us in, not because we deserve it, but out of pure grace." The first group of guests who flatly rejected the invite represents those consumed by their own lives to answer God. They prioritize fields, businesses, personal comforts, and fleeting desires over the honor of joining the feast. The second group, gathered from the streets, represents the unexpected recipients of divine grace. Outcasts, the overlooked and the unworthy, are invited. This is the heart of the gospel. The kingdom is open to all, regardless of background, yet the guest without the wedding garment reveals a deeper truth. The clothes symbolize righteousness, a covering provided by Christ himself. We cannot enter God's kingdom on our own terms. We must accept with humility, being clothed in his grace. What does this parable mean for us today, it asks. How we respond to God's invitation. Are we too busy, too distracted, or too indifferent to come to it? Are we rejecting his call for temporary pursuits? Or are we like the street guests, those who recognize the immense honor of the invitation, arriving humbly and ready for transformation? It also challenges us to consider if we have put on wedding clothes of Christ's righteousness, or are we trying to enter the kingdom on our own goodness? Have we truly accepted his grace, knowing only through him can we be made worthy? The wedding feast parable reveals deep grace, urgency, and choice. God invites everyone, but we must respond. He has already prepared the feast and opened the doors. Will you accept this invitation? Will you enter the celebration clothed in the righteousness of Christ, ready to rejoice forever? From this royal feast of God's kingdom, where many are invited, but few respond, Jesus delivers a sharp parable confronting empty promises and superficial faith. It is a story that cuts through appearances to expose the true state of our hearts. The parable of the two sons reveals a piercing truth. God values action over empty declarations and repentance over pretense. This challenges us to look past what we say and focus on what we actually do. Now the scene grows tense and electric. Jesus is in Jerusalem, teaching in the temple. The religious leaders, the chief priests, scribes, and elders are watching him closely. Their hearts are hardened, their minds plotting. They are absolutely furious at his authority, his teachings, and his growing influence. Earlier, they had demanded to know his source of authority, demanding, by what authority do you act? In Matthew 21:23. Rather than answering directly, Jesus turns the tables as he always does. He asks about John the Baptist's authority, then tells a parable to force them to confront their own hypocrisy. The crowd gathers close, sensing the tension. Jesus raises his voice over the murmurs. He begins, "What do you think? There was a man who had 2 sons. He went to the first and said, 'Son, go and work today in the vineyard.'" From Matthew 21:28. The people nod, knowing this scene well. In their agrarian society, vineyards were the ultimate cornerstone of family survival. Fathers always called on their sons to work the land, pruning vines and harvesting grapes. The call to go work is direct and reasonable, a clear order from father to son. But the first son's response is shocking. "I will not," he says in Matthew 21:29. Imagine the audacity in that ancient Jewish culture. This refusal was unthinkable. Honoring your father was the ultimate expectation for a son. To refuse openly was raw defiance, disrespectful and rebellious. The crowd surely gasped, their minds picturing the father's stunned silence, his heart broken by the rejection. But the story does not end there. Jesus continues, "But later he changed his mind and went." Something shifts deep within the son's heart. Perhaps as he walks away, guilt gnaws at him. He hears his father's voice echoing and sees the vineyard in his mind's eye, overgrown vines needing care, heavy grapes waiting to be gathered. Then something shifts. He changes his mind and turns back. In this moment of quiet repentance, the son's initial rejection is replaced with action. He goes to the vineyard, rolls up his sleeves, and works. Then Jesus describes the second son. The father went to him and said the same thing. He answered, "I will, sir," but never went. Matthew 21:30. The contrast is stark. This son responds immediately with polite enthusiasm, saying, "I will, sir." His words are respectful, his tone deferential. He says everything right. To anyone listening, this son appears perfectly obedient and willing. But his actions betray his words. Despite the promise, the second son never goes to the vineyard. Maybe he gets distracted, or maybe he never intended to obey. Whatever the reason, his words prove completely empty, an illusion of obedience with no follow-through. Jesus pauses, letting the weight of this story settle over the crowd. Then he asks a simple, piercing question. Which of the 2 did what his father wanted? Matthew 21:31. The answer is obvious. The crowd murmurs that first. The first son, though rebellious at start, ultimately obeyed. His actions spoke louder than his words. Jesus' response pierces through the leader's pretense. "Truly, I tell you, the tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering God's kingdom ahead of you. For John came to show you the way of righteousness, and you refused to believe him. But those sinners did. And even after you saw this, you still did not repent and believe." From Matthew 21:31-32. The crowd is stunned. Outcasts and sinners, people deemed the lowest of the low, despised by society, are entering God's kingdom ahead of the religious elite. How could this be? Yet the message is clear. The first son represents the tax collectors, prostitutes, and outcasts, those who initially rejected God's call. Like that first son, they said, "I will not." Their lives were broken by rebellion and sin. Yet everything changed when they heard John the Baptist preach. In true repentance, they saw their brokenness changed, their minds turned toward God, and answered his quiet call. The second son represents the religious leaders, the Pharisees, scribes, and elders. Outwardly, they seemed perfect. They said all the right things, performed rituals, offered sacrifices, and quoted ancient scripture. They were like the son who promised to go, yet their obedience was hollow. Deep down, they rejected his message. They refused to turn, even watching broken lives find healing and transformation. This ancient parable is a sharp challenge for us. God wants action, not hollow words. Saying yes means nothing if our lives do not align with our claims. True faith shows up in what we do, not in empty talk or performance. It is easy to profess faith while living a life that denies it. We say we will follow, but we keep our hearts safely locked away. We can't promise to serve, yet hold back when the call demands action. But the first son shows us true recovery. At first he rebels against the father, but later changes his mind and obeys. This is the essence of turning around, a shift in perspective that leads to a change in action. It is not about starting perfectly, but returning when we have gone astray. What does this story mean for us today? First, it forces us to look inside. Are we like the rebellious son who initially resisted but eventually obeyed? Or are we like the other, full of smooth promises but empty of action? God does not want empty words or outward performance. He looks for hearts willing to break and yield. Real obedience demands a quiet humility, the willingness to admit we were wrong, and the courage to change. Have you ever said no but later realized your mistake? Perhaps you turned back, humbled, and ready to follow. If so, take comfort in this story. He values the return, welcoming back those who strayed no matter how far. Or perhaps you say yes to God with your lips while your actions tell a different story. Maybe you have been stalling, ignoring the call, or living with a divided heart. This ancient story is a mirror. He sees beyond our masks, inviting us to lay them down and act. Imagine yourself standing in the crowd, listening to Jesus as he tells this story. These two sons are not ancient characters. They represent us. One refuses but turns back. The other promises everything but delivers nothing. Which one are you? This confrontation reminds us that action is the true proof of faith. God is not impressed by rituals or empty talk. He wants our hearts and actions. He calls us to work in his vineyard, to serve others and bear fruit for his kingdom. This story is both an open invitation and a severe warning. It invites us to yield with authentic obedience, no matter where we have been or how many times we said no. But it warns us against the trap of superficial religion, looking righteous while failing to act. Which son are you? Are you ready to say yes, not with empty words, but with your entire life? From this call to genuine obedience, he leads us deeper, inviting us to wrestle with the absolute scandal of divine grace. In the parable of the laborers, he completely upends our basic human ideas of fairness and reward, revealing a grace that cannot be measured or earned. For those with ears to hear, this story is both terrifying and deeply comforting. Do we actually want a generous God? And can we accept that grace for others as much as for ourselves? Picture the scene. Jesus sits in the dust, the road still clinging to his followers. They are walking toward Jerusalem, and a heavy tension fills the air. Just before this, he had told his followers something shocking. Many who are first will be last, and the last will be first, from Matthew 19:30. Peter, always anxious for security, had asked about their reward. "We have left everything to follow you. What is in it for us?" From Matthew 19:27. Jesus, reading our human tendency to compare and calculate, begins a story that will completely shatter their ideas of fairness and entitlement. He leans forward, his voice carrying a calm, heavy authority as he begins. "The kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out at dawn to hire laborers for his vineyard," from Matthew 21. Imagine this landowner, a wealthy, structured man with endless rows of grapevines stretching across his estate. The grapes are ripe, and the harvest is urgent. It is early morning, just before dawn, as the owner sets out for workers. He heads to the marketplace, the bustling center of town, where desperate men gather, hoping for work for the day. He spots the first group, strong, capable, and ready to sweat. The owner offers them a fair wage, 1 denarius, a standard day's pay. It was a completely reasonable. With their deal struck, the laborers eagerly follow him into the fields. Gripping their tools, they watch the sun climb the sky. By mid-morning, the master returns to the square. He finds more men lingering in the shadows, waiting. Perhaps these arrived too late, or were simply unwanted. Whatever their story, they stand empty-handed. So the master speaks to them, "Go work in my vineyard, and I will pay you what is fair." According to Matthew 20, verse 4, they agree and go. They walk off, grateful. Hours pass. By noon, the heavy heat of the day settles in, and the air shimmers. Once more, the master goes back to the square and finds even more men standing idle, waiting, forgotten and ignored. He hires them too, sending them to join the others. As the long afternoon drags on, he returns at 3 and then again at 5, just 1 hour before twilight ends the workday. Imagine how desperate the last men must feel. Hope has died. Nobody wants them. They have stood there all day watching others get chosen, while they endure the shame of being left behind. How would they feed their families? But then Master notices them. He asks, "Why have you spent the whole day standing here doing nothing?" As Matthew 20 verse 6 records, their reply is devastating. "Because no one hired us." The master's reaction is brief and generous. "You also go and work in my fields." As the sun dips below the horizon, the day's work is finished. The laborers wipe away the sweat, gathering around with high hopes to collect their pay. Jesus tells us that the master ordered his foreman to call everyone and hand out their wages, starting with the last ones hired, all the way to the first. Those hired at 5 o'clock step up. They only labored for a single hour, their heads likely bowed, expecting a tiny fraction of pay. But the foreman drops a silver denarius of full day's pay into each palm. Their eyes widen in shock. This is far more than they ever dared to hope for, far beyond what they imagined. Instantly, whispers ripple through the crowd. The laborers hired at noon, 3, and dawn watch with climbing excitement. If the latecomers receive a whole denarius, surely those who worked all day will get even more. But as the coins are handed out, every single worker gets the exact same amount, 1 denarius. Finally, the very first crew, the men who started at dawn, step forward. Their faces glow with expectation, their minds filled with entitlement. But when they also receive a single coin, their joy sours into outrage. These latecomers worked only 1 hour, they complain to the master, "Yet you make them our equals. When we endured the brutal heat and the burden of the entire day, as Matthew 20 verse 12 shows, they drip with resentment. They are not angry because they were cheated. After all, they got exactly what they agreed to. They are furious because others received the same gift. To them, the master's mercy toward the latecomers feels like a direct insult. The landowner responds with calm clarity. Friend, I am doing you no wrong. Didn't you agree to work for a single denarius? Take your money and go. I choose to give this last worker the same as I gave you. Do I not have the right to do what I want with my own money? Or are you envious because I am generous? These words from Matthew pierce through their complaints. The issue here isn't fairness. It is envy. They cannot celebrate the master's kindness because their own hearts are poisoned by comparison. Jesus finishes the parable with a chilling warning. So the last will be first, and the first will be last, as Matthew 20 verse 16 tells us. The meaning is clear. God's kingdom operates on radical grace, not human merit. The coin represents the gift of salvation, which no one can earn or deserve. Whether a person finds faith early in life or in their dying breath, divine grace is poured out equally on all. The workers who labored all day represent those who feel entitled, believing that their own efforts and sacrifices make them more deserving of divine favor. But Jesus reminds us that salvation cannot be bought. It is a gift freely given. In His sovereign generosity, God can extend it to anyone He chooses. What does this ancient parable mean for our lives today? First, it holds up a mirror. Are we like those bitter, resentful laborers, upset when others receive grace we think they haven't earned? Do we poison our souls with comparison, forgetting that everything we possess is a gift? Second, this story invites us to welcome divine generosity. The Master's actions reveal a God who sees the overlooked, the forgotten, and the latecomers. His grace is never limited by our rigid rules of fairness. It overflows to everyone who answers His call. Finally, it forces us to celebrate mercy not just for ourselves, but for others. When we see someone find redemption, no matter whether after a lifetime of devotion or in a final fading breath, our only response should be joy, not bitter envy. Grace is vast enough for everyone. Picture yourself standing in the vineyard as the sun sets, watching laborers receive their pay. The master smiles as he places a denarius into the hand of the last worker, generosity gleaming like polished silver. The others, their bitter whispers dying down, are left alone to face a hard truth. Heaven is not about what we earn, but absolute grace. What about you? Do you view the Creator as that generous master offering mercy to everyone? Or do you constantly measure your own value against others, missing the beauty of the gift? This ancient story of the workers in the vineyard forces us to drop our comparisons and fragile egos and to embrace the boundless depth of God's grace. Whether we arrive at dawn or dusk, the reward remains identical: eternal life and the peace of truly knowing Him. Leaving behind this provocative picture of divine generosity, the ancient text now guides us into a deeper shadow, revealing a quiet psychological truth about spiritual transformation. This next mystery is not about sweat comparison or human fairness. It is about the quiet, unstoppable force of internal growth unfolding completely outside our conscious control. The parable of the growing seed, in Mark chapter 4, verses 26 to 29, exposes a hidden force working deep beneath our conscious awareness. A stark reminder that while we play our small part, the ultimate shift within us remains a sacred, slow-burning mystery. Picture the teacher standing once more before a restless crowd in Galilee, the quiet waters shimmering in the late afternoon sun. Broken farmers, weary laborers, and anxious mothers crowd close, desperate for his words. Most of them survive by the soil. They know the brutal work of planting and harvesting, coaxing fragile life from cold, unyielding earth. The teacher speaks, his voice cutting through the wind. God's quiet reign within us is like a man scattering seed upon the earth. Night and day, whether he sleeps or wakes, the seed secretly grows, and he has no idea how. On the surface, this ancient story feels almost too simple, too ordinary. A man merely scatters seeds across the dirt. There is no intense struggle, no heroic effort. He just plants them and walks away, sleeping, waking, falling into the mundane routine of daily existence. But deep beneath the dark soil, a quiet miracle begins. Hidden from human eyes, the seeds rupture and stretch. Day by day, a silent force takes root in shadows, pushing through the cold earth toward the light, while roots anchor themselves deep, drinking in life. The farmer watches the green shoots rise, yet he remains utterly blind to the mechanism. He does not know how. Those words echo with a deep, unsettling truth. We can initiate the process, we can plant, but the mystery of growth belongs to God alone. He cannot force a single cell to divide. He cannot rush the harvest. Life awakens on its own terms, guided by an invisible divine intelligence. The teacher continues all by itself. The silent earth yields its harvest, first the fragile blade, then the head, then the mature grain filling the ear. The crowd nods, understanding this cycle deeply. They know that healing, like the seed, never happens overnight. It progresses in slow, deliberate phases. First, a fragile green shoot rises. Then the heavy head of grain appears as a quiet promise of things to come. Finally, the fruit matures, fully ripe. This phrase all by itself holds a secret. In the original Greek, it is automate, the root of our modern word automatic. It implies that spiritual evolution is not accidental, but driven by a force entirely beyond our conscious will. We do not manufacture our own soul's growth. The soil of our life produces it, guided by hidden divine laws. This is the true nature of spiritual awakening. It begins as a tiny seed, dropped into the dark psyche quietly and completely out of sight. It takes root in the shadows of our hearts, expanding not through ego-driven struggle, but by a quiet, sacred grace, maturing on a timeline we can neither rush nor control. When the inner work is finally complete, the blade is lowered. The moment of harvest has arrived. This mystery ends not with decay, but with a grand gathering, the ultimate integration of a soul made whole. It represents the beautiful end of our long, painful exile, the moment when the divine seed within reaches its full expression, and we are finally brought home to our true source. This harvest is proof that our suffering and waiting have never been in vain. The seeds of faith were always meant to bear fruit. Our patience is not passive, but deeply expectant. The silent work unfolding in your own soul is pulling you toward a magnificent sacred awakening. Let us look closely at 3 profound secrets hidden in this seed. The divine kingdom expands by a force beyond our grasp. A mortal scatters seeds, yet remains powerless to command their hidden growth, unfolding in secret, guided by an unseen hand. It strips away our illusion of control, forcing us to surrender our frantic striving. We are called to plant, to speak truth, to serve, and to pray. Yet the ultimate harvest belongs to God alone. Only His power transforms, not our striving. Have you ever felt crushed by a lack of immediate visible results? Have you spoken deep truths, prayed in secret, or labored for the soul only to feel as though nothing had changed? This ancient wisdom reminds us that growth happens in the dark. Just because we see nothing, it does not mean silence. We must trust. This internal kingdom expands in silence. A seed does not break the earth overnight. It is slow and invisible. Yet beneath the surface, life is stirring. So it is with the soul. True transformation does not arrive with loud fanfare, but through a quiet, relentless evolution of the heart. Look closely, and you will see the signs of this slow work everywhere. Broken minds finding peace, shattered relationships mending, and quiet healing taking root. It might not occur in blinding flashes, but this invisible movement advances one soul at a time toward a final ultimate destination. Just as the sower lives for the gathering of crops, the divine plan moves toward the great fulfillment of human history. A day approaches when the long wait ends, the hidden growth concludes, and the harvest is finally brought home. The text points us to this horizon where the mystery is unveiled and the human spirit finds its eternal rest. What does this ancient scripture demand of us today? It challenges us to live with faith, patience, and quiet expectation. Are we planting truth in the minds of those around us, offering grace and pointing the lost toward home? Can we trust this unseen process when the ground looks completely barren? This story is a direct confrontation of our anxiety. In a culture obsessed with instant satisfaction, we demand immediate change. But the divine timeline refuses to be rushed. Seeds must lie in the dark before they rise. Hearts require season after season to transform. Our only task is to wait, to trust, and to keep planting. Picture yourself standing in that silent field, casting seeds into the cold earth, watching them vanish from sight. Night after night, you sleep and wake, wondering if anything is stirring beneath the heavy dark. And then, a quiet miracle. A fragile green blade pierces the dry crust of the soil. It is a silent whisper of life, proving that the silent work never stopped. This is precisely how the divine operates within our chaotic modern world and within the deep recesses of your own soul. The hidden seeds of faith and hope are spreading their roots even if we cannot comprehend the mystery. This parable leaves us at a profound crossroads. Will we embrace the unseen, persisting when nothing seems to change? Will we wait with quiet resolve, holding fast to the promise of the harvest, knowing that a greater force is moving the spiritual path, is shrouded in mystery? Yet its final triumph remains absolute. The breakthrough will come. Now moving from the quiet, internal secrets of the soul, the ancient text shifts our gaze toward a sudden, striking warning. This is no longer about hidden germination, but about the sharp, undeniable reality of the external world. It speaks of historical shifts that demand our deep psychological focus, spiritual discernment, and ultimate preparation. Through the symbol of the fig tree, we are shaken awake, forced to confront the larger reality unfolding around us. The ancient narrative functions as both a stark warning and a profound invitation to guard our internal state of readiness for what lies ahead. Step into ancient Jerusalem. The temple courts are thick with dread, the atmosphere charged with impending crisis. The teacher's voice has grown heavy, carrying severe warnings of looming conflict, societal collapse, and the undoing of their entire sacred world. Gripped by existential fear, his followers pull him aside, begging for a sign of the end. They demand to know when the final curtain will fall on history. In response, he pieces together a terrifying picture, blending the local trauma of Jerusalem's ruin with the grand cosmic climax of human history. Yet rather than offering precise calculations or a calendar of doom, he points them to a simple, organic mystery, a wild fig tree. He instructs his followers to study its branches to watch how its life cycle speaks to us. When the leaves begin to push through the wood, you instinctively know that a warmer season is drawing close. To those ancient listeners, the metaphor was deeply familiar. These trees dotted the dry, rocky landscape of their homeland, serving as natural clocks. While other vegetation stayed green, the fig tree stood skeletal and lifeless through the winters, only to surprise the eye with sudden, tender green shoots when the spring sun finally touched the hills. This green awakening was a reliable, undeniable promise of summer. He masterfully uses this simple image to expose a profound psychological reality. When the world begins to fracture, the eternal is breaking through. Why does ancient terror feel so modern? In Luke 21, the budding fig tree reveals a deeper psychological map. These shifting seasons of history signal the arrival of a divine order, exposing the true state of our souls. Just as a tree cannot hide its emerging spring growth, we cannot ignore the deep fractures breaking open our world. Picture the disciples standing in the shadows, their chests tightening with anxiety as they tried to grasp the mystery. Christ spoke of earthquakes, massive wars, starvation, and betrayals, shattering forces that mirror our own internal chaos today. He warned of sacred temples, falling families scattered into exile, and the violent upheaval of once great nations. Yet his voice remains steady and clear. This suffering is not chaotic noise. It carries a profound design. Like green leaves breaking through dead wood, these crises show that a higher reality is actively pressing in. For those awake to the Spirit, these disruptions offer hope, proving that history is not just a random tragedy. Our collective narrative is not spinning into oblivion. Instead, an ancient hidden plan is slowly coming to light. But to the comfortable and distracted, these shocks serve as a severe warning to shake off our spiritual sleep. We must confront our mortality. Jesus warned that those witnessing these shifts would face the ultimate turning point. Everything we build will crumble. Yet his truth remains eternal, as recorded in Luke 21, verse 32. This cryptic warning has puzzled seekers for centuries. What did he mean by referring to this generation? Historians debate the details, but the pattern is clear. Starting with the tragic fall of Jerusalem, every crisis from ancient ruins to modern psychological anxieties belongs to a single unfolding design in the cosmos. Some events shook the ancient world immediately, while others point forward to the ultimate renewal of all things. Yet the most striking promise remains. This physical universe will dissolve, but his truth will never fade away. Look around. Empires collapse, great monuments decay into dust, and even the mountains slowly wash into the sea. Yet the eternal word, with its deep psychological truths and spiritual demands, stands firm through every age. It offers us a solid foundation when our reality starts to shake. These warnings are not designed to terrify us. Instead, they serve to anchor our trembling minds when the cultural currents threaten to drag us away. A greater reality is coming. So what does this ancient code mean for us today in our modern exile? We must wake up. Our world is saturated with crises, moral decay, ecological disasters, and deep internal confusion. These dark currents are not random coincidences. They are the budding leaves on the cosmic fig tree. They whisper that a great reckoning is approaching. But are we actually watching? Or are we sleepwalking? Are we too numbed by modern distractions just as ancient farmers watch the soil? We must watch our souls. When the fig tree buds, the farmer prepares for the harvest. We must prepare our internal lives for what comes next. It is so easy to drown in the darkness, paralyzed by collective anxiety and fear. Yet these terrifying shifts are not the final destruction. They are the painful labor of a new beginning. It is the birth of a renewed consciousness, a sacred space where divine order finally rules supreme. Imagine standing beneath those green branches in the ancient heat, watching light filter through the leaves. You instinctively know that warmth is coming, promising life and sweet fruit. The same is true spiritually. The crises of our age point toward ultimate healing. Yet this ancient text also acts as a mirror. It demands absolute readiness. We see the signs, but the exact hour remains hidden in shadow, as Matthew 24 warningly states. No one knows that final moment. Not the angels, nor even the Son, but only the Father. The mystery is not if the ultimate reckoning will happen, but when. The real psychological question is, are we ready? We prepare by healing our divided hearts today, living with deep integrity and resisting the decay around us. These external signs should not paralyze us with anxiety. They are meant to shock our souls into meaningful action. They call us to live with fierce intent and faith. Now this ancient wisdom forces a crucial choice upon us. Will we blind ourselves to the truth? Or will we abandon the temporary illusions of this modern age? Are you observing the fig tree? Are you decoding the deeper spiritual movements of our time? This parable is a profound call to consciousness, urging us to step out of the dark and live awake. The ancient truth is unfolding, and the dawn of that new reality will be magnificent for those prepared. Look deep within your own soul. This ancient map is speaking directly to you, calling you home from exile. This is a call to vigilance. Let us steady our minds, fix our gaze inward, and anchor our fleeting lives in truth. For eternal truth outlasts all things, much like the first buds of a fig tree signal a kingdom drawing near. Here Jesus shifts his focus toward the psychological weight of waiting, introducing the tale of the wise and foolish servants. It is a haunting exploration of human duty, self-deception, and the silent cost of forgetting our ultimate accountability. The story exposes the thin line separating devotion from neglect, showing how we live either for a higher purpose or our own immediate greed. This timeless warning asks a deeper question. What will be uncovered when the light of truth finally returns? High on the quiet slopes of the Mount of Olives, Jesus paints a stark picture of the end times, urging his followers to wake up. The air feels heavy, shadowed by prophecies of chaos and conflict. But now his words pivot from global disasters to individual human souls. This is about the personal choices of his followers. He asks, who then is the trustworthy and wise steward placed in charge of the household to feed them when the time is right, as written in Matthew 24:45. Picture a rich landowner preparing for a long departure. He chooses a single trusted helper to guard his home, leaving this man responsible for every daily chore, keeping everyone fed, protected, and keeping the entire estate running smoothly in his absence. Yet the date of return is a complete mystery. It could take weeks or months or perhaps even decades. But one truth remains. He will return. This period of waiting is the ultimate test of character and inner posture. The story splits humanity into two pans, the faithful and the foolish. First, we look at the wise steward. This man carries out his responsibilities with quiet devotion. He understands the heavy burden of trust, meeting each task, not with resentment, but with genuine care and discipline. Day after day, he sustains the household, protects the vulnerable, and protects his master's interests as if they were his own. See him working by candlelight, guarding the grain, and offering strength to those around him. His drive is not fear of punishment, but a deep respect for the owner. He remembers that he is merely a custodian, not the Lord. Then, out of nowhere, the long-awaited moment arrives. The master returns without warning, stepping across the threshold. The dedicated worker, caught mid-task, looks up to find his Lord standing there in the light. His heart swells with relief and joy. He is prepared. He has finished his task. Christ promises a deep blessing for any steward found active in his duties. He will be trusted with far greater authority over the entire estate, according to Matthew 24. This dedicated worker is rewarded not just with praise, but with profound trust. His quiet dedication is met with promotion, transforming his role from manager to co-heir, giving him dominion over everything. It is a stunning archetype of spiritual maturity, the sheer beauty of hearing "Well done, good and faithful servant." But the narrative takes a chilling turn, shining a light on the wicked servant who loses hope in the return and betrays his sacred trust. Imagine this man whispering to himself, "My Lord is delayed." He starts taking his frustration out on those around him, turning to excess and feeding his darkest impulses as detailed in Matthew 24. At first, this man looked identical to the wise steward. He listened to the commands and agreed. But as the silence stretched, a subtle decay began within him. The absence felt eternal. Skepticism took root. He whispered that the day of reckoning would never actually come, or at least not for a lifetime. This shift in mindset quickly poisons his actions. He begins abusing his power, exploiting the very people he was meant to protect. He grows cold, cruel, and completely blind to his duties. He sinks into luxury and surrounds himself with fools who feed his self-destructive behavior. The entire estate falls into disarray. He forgets he is just a temporary keeper and begins playing the god of his own small world, driven by raw ego. Then, right at his highest point of excess, the owner returns. He arrives on an ordinary day, when least expected, at an hour when the servant is entirely off guard. Imagine that terrifying second when heavy footsteps echo outside the chamber door. The wooden door swings wide, revealing the master. A suffocating silence drops over the crowded room. Half-eaten meals litter the table. The drunken guests freeze in terror. A cold, piercing gaze falls directly on the unfaithful servant, who begins to shake, realizing his betrayal is fully exposed. Christ does not offer easy comfort, and the consequences, he will cut him to pieces, placing him with the hypocrites where there is only weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 24:51. Judgment falls swift and absolute on the servant who betrayed his trust, acting in shadow. Now he is cast out, exiled, to a place of darkness and regret. The truth of this parable is undeniable. The master will return, and his servants must live in faithful readiness. Jesus is the master who has departed, leaving us behind to guard his household, this world, the church, and our very lives. Here the parable reveals three profound truths. First, faith is proven through action. A true steward does not merely speak of devotion, he lives it. Day by day he performs his duty in secret, unseen by any human eye. His quiet labor proves his soul. Second, the master returns without warning. Christ warns that the arrival will be sudden, a moment hidden from view, a sobering reminder that we cannot know when he will come. It might be tomorrow or generations from now. The clock is hidden from us, but the call to remain ready is absolute. Our choice echoes in eternity, where the faithful find profound joy and unending purpose. But the faithless find only exile, severed from the source of life. Every decision we make ripples far beyond the present into the infinite. What does this mean for our modern lives? It means waiting is never passive. It is a state of active devotion, living each day as if Christ could return tonight. Not out of fear, but from a place of deep reverence. Are we guarding the treasures that have been silently placed in our hands? Our time, our relationships, our inner gifts? Are we serving those around us, sharing truth, and walking in quiet obedience? Or do we live as if the Master is forever delayed, numbing ourselves with distractions and ignoring our calling? This ancient parable demands that we look closely at our own hearts. Are we like the faithful steward, active and waiting, or the foolish one, careless and unprepared? Imagine the sudden moment of return. The door swings open and Christ stands before you. What does he find? Will he discover a life lived for his glory, a heart that loved and served him in his absence? Or will he uncover empty excuses, cold neglect, and broken priorities? This parable of the stewards is both a warning and a profound comfort. It urges us to live with quiet focus, knowing the hour is near, yet offering deep peace in the promise that true dedication will be honored. When the Master returns, may we hear those ultimate words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." From this profound call to vigilance in the tale of the two servants, Christ now takes us into a family drama we thought we fully understood. The famous story of the prodigal son usually centers on the rebellious boy who comes back broken, seeking forgiveness, only to be welcomed by a father with limitless grace. But the story does not end there. Jesus purposely turns our focus to the older brother who seethes with resentment at the unearned mercy shown to his brother. His rage exposes a deeper, quieter kind of exile, one masked by pride and cold self-righteousness. Through this brother, Christ confronts us with a haunting question. How do we react to divine mercy when it is offered to others? Picture the scene. The younger son, who wasted his family inheritance in wild living, has crawled back. He was broken, filthy, and entirely empty when he arrived. Yet his father ran to him with open arms. He did not just offer forgiveness, he ordered a grand celebration. Bring out the finest robe, put a ring on his finger, and place sandals on his feet. Bring the fattened calf and prepare it. Let us feast and make merry, for this son of mine was dead, but now lives. He was lost and is found. Luke 15:22-24. The house erupts with joy music spilling from the windows, filled with laughter and dancing echoing into the dark. Guests watch, stunned by the father's radical mercy. The boy who had fallen so low now stands in garments of honor, tasting the finest things. But outside, lingering in the cold twilight, watches the older brother. Meanwhile, he was working in the field. As he drew near the house, he heard music and dancing. Luke 15:25. Imagine this brother, sweat on his brow, dirt on his hands, and deep weariness dragging his steps. He spent the long day laboring in the dirt, managing the estate with strict diligence. As he nears the home, the sounds of celebration hit him, music and sudden laughter. Hearing celebration, he pauses, deeply confused. What is happening? He spots a passing servant and calls out, asking what is going on. A grinning servant quickly explains the joyful news: your brother has returned and your father killed the fattened calf because he has him back safe and sound. From Luke chapter 15, verse 27. The servant beams, but the older brother's face darkens, his heart sinking as rage rises in his chest. He clenches his fists. His brother, the one who brought shame upon their family name and wasted his inheritance with wild living, is now being celebrated safe and sound. The elder brother scoffs in disgust after all he did. Luke 15, verse 28 says, he became angry and refused to go in. Can you see him standing there outside the feast? The music plays on, but he hears none of it. He refuses to enter. His pride, his fury, and his rigid sense of justice block his path into the light of that joyful room. Then the father comes out. Pause here for a moment. He has already stepped out, once running to meet his younger son and embracing him with reckless love. Now he steps out again, this time for his eldest son. In both cases, the father abandons his comfort to seek his children. His love is not selective. It pursues both the wayward rebel and the bitter worker. The father approaches his eldest son, his voice gentle but pleading. "My son, please come in." But the older brother refuses, bursting out with a torrent of bitter grievances long hidden in his heart. "Look, all these years I have slaved for you, never disobeying your commands. Yet you never gave me a young goat to celebrate with my friends. But when this son of yours, who squandered your property with prostitutes, comes home, you kill them fattened calf for him." From Luke 15, verses 29 to 30. Hear those words. I have been slaving. He sees his relationship with his father as duty, not love. He served and obeyed, but his compliance was fueled by resentment. He feels entitled to a reward, bitter that his devotion went unnoticed. Notice how he refers to his own brother, this son of yours. He rejects the bond. His rage has carved a chasm between himself and his family, a void as vast as the physical distance that separated the prodigal son. The father listens patiently, then speaks with profound tenderness. "My son," he says, "you are always with me, and everything I have is yours. But we had to celebrate and rejoice because this brother of yours was dead and is alive. He was lost and is found." Luke 15, verses 31 and 32. Here the father gently corrects his elder son, reminding him of his place. "You are always with me." He was never excluded or ignored. Everything the father possessed has belonged to him all along. Yet the father speaks a deeper truth the elder brother cannot grasp. We had to celebrate. It was not optional, nor was it extravagant. It was necessary. When someone dead returns to life, when a lost soul is found, the only fitting response is joy. The father does not scold his elder son. He invites him, pleading with him to drop his bitter resentment, step inside, and join the feast. Jesus ends the parable right here, leaving the story unresolved. We never learn if the elder brother walks inside or remains frozen outdoors, trapped by his own bitterness. And that is the core truth. Jesus is confronting the religious authorities who, like that eldest brother, hated the unmerited grace offered to outcasts. This parable confronts us too. It forces us to examine our own hearts for any trace of the older brother resentment, pride, or judgment that prevents us from celebrating grace in the lives of others. Do we feel entitled to divine favor because of our efforts, obedience, or sacrifices? Do we struggle to rejoice when someone we deem unworthy receives mercy, forgiveness, or love? The elder brother's downfall was not rebellion, but quiet self-righteousness. He obeyed outwardly, yet missed the father's heart entirely. He lived in the house, but failed to grasp the joy of mercy. This parable reveals three profound truths. Divine grace is for everyone. Father's love embraces both the wild, rebellious son and the bitter, duty-bound elder. He longs for both to find peace. Resentment robs us of joy. The elder brother stood outside, choosing bitterness over celebration. When we compare ourselves and nurture pride, we lock ourselves out of grace. Real obedience flows from love, not obligation. The father reminds his son of his constant presence. Our devotion must come from a place of love and gratitude, not entitlement or quiet resentment. Where do you find yourself in this ancient narrative? Are you the elder brother, standing in the dark angry that others receive mercy? Or are you ready to step inside, lay down your pride, and rejoice with the Father over what was lost being found? The Father still invites us. Come inside and celebrate. My grace is overflowing and my joy is complete when we are together. Will you accept it? Or will you stand outside like the bitter older brother whose pride blinded him to grace? Now Jesus pivots to a shocking lesson, one that catches even his closest followers off guard. Listeners, this parable of the shrewd manager is a story that initially feels bizarre, almost scandalous. Jesus tells of a corrupt worker praised not for his greed, but for his sheer cleverness in planning for the future. Through this jarring example, he reveals a deep truth about our own survival and wisdom. We must be sharp, deliberate, and focused on eternity with everything we are given. The scene opens in Luke chapter 16. Jesus is speaking to his disciples while a crowd leans in close. Among them are the Pharisees, men who love money. Their ears perk up at this bizarre new story. You can almost hear them scoffing. As Jesus sets the stage, a wealthy man discovers his manager is draining his estate. Luke 16, verse 1. Picture a wealthy landowner who trusts his entire estate to a manager. This employee controls the cash flow, collects debts, and runs the business. He should be a loyal partner, but secrets leak. Word reaches the master that this trusted director has been quietly draining his assets. That word squander mirrors the story of the prodigal son who blew through his entire family inheritance. Both characters wasted what they did not earn. This manager failed his duty, whether through laziness or outright theft. Either way, the master has had enough. He summons him for a final reckoning and asks, "What is this I hear about you? Hand over the books. You are fired." Luke 16, verse 2. The manager freezes. Fired instantly. The words crush him, and his panicked mind races for a way out. He has been caught red-handed. The boss is completely justified, and the reality of ruin starts sinking in. He faces total ruin. No job, no money, and a ruined name. Yet panic sparks a desperate plan. He whispers to himself, "What am I going to do? My master is taking away my livelihood. I am too weak to dig ditches and too proud to beg on the streets." Luke 16, verse 3. Hard labor is impossible, and begging is too humiliating. He is trapped in a corner, and his time is up. Then, like a flash of lightning, an idea strikes. I know what to do so that when I am let go, people will still welcome me into their homes. Luke 16, verse 4. Cornered, he acts fast. The manager plots. He cannot rewrite yesterday, but he can absolutely seize today to save his tomorrow. His focus sharpens. He must exploit the tiny window of power he has left. He summons the master's debtors, one by one. These men owe the landlord massive fortunes, mostly in commodity trade like olive oil and wheat. He asks the first debtor, "How much do you owe?" The man answers, 900 gallons of oil. The manager nods quick. "Take your bill, sit down and write 450. Luke 16, verses 5 and 6. The debtor is stunned. 900 gallons was an absolute fortune, worth about 3 years of wages. Having that debt was a miracle. The debtor eagerly grabs his pen and rewrites the bill, whispering his thanks. The manager quickly turns to the next debtor, asking, "How much do you owe?" 1,000 bushels of wheat, the man replies. The manager says, "Take your bill and write 800. Luke 16, verse 7. Again, the debtor is speechless. Slicing off 200 bushels, nearly 8 months of labor, is a massive gift. He walks away, deeply grateful, bound now to the clever manager who just saved his life. One by one, the manager slashes bills, lifting heavy burdens and gaining powerful allies. These debtors will remember him when he gets thrown out. He won't be alone. He has bought loyalty. They will welcome him into their homes. But when the landlord discovers what his manager has done, we expect pure rage. After all, the rogue worker just gave away the master's legal wealth. But the story twists. The master actually praises the corrupt manager for acting so shrewdly. Luke 16, verse 8. He doesn't praise the theft, but the survival instinct, the sharp, quick-thinking strategy. In a crisis, this man used fading influence to guarantee his tomorrow. He saw his window closing and moved instantly. Jesus explains that the citizens of this world are far more clever with their own kind than the people of light. Use your worldly wealth to... Why would Jesus command us to buy our way into heaven? Use worldly wealth to secure eternal homes. Luke 16. This strange story does not reward corruption. It is a desperate wake-up call to find our spiritual focus. Jesus says, look at how desperately clever people are when building their empires here. Shouldn't we build for what lies beyond, just as focused on eternity? The corrupt steward acted with clear purpose, knowing his days were numbered and his time was running out. We are called to that same fierce clarity. Every single thing we possess, hours, money, talents, and power, is a brief loan from the divine. What we do with this sacred trust shapes our souls. One day the ledger is opened. Christ warns that faithfulness in small things proves our true depth. If you cheat in the shadows, you will steal in the light. If we cannot manage fleeting material things, how can we ever inherit the true, lasting treasures of existence? Luke 16:10. This ancient text forces us to look in the mirror. Are we using these temporary gifts to serve the sacred, to build what never fades? Or are we wasting our lives on shadows like the reckless steward who threw away his master's estate? Jesus shows that how we handle physical wealth exposes the deepest desires of our hearts, proving if we are ready for true spiritual weight in the heavens. This story strips away our illusions of material security, as Jesus warns, no soul can serve two masters. You will either hate the first and love the second, or cling to one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. Luke 16:13. The manager prepared for his future, and we must do the same, not by hoarding cold coins, but by storing up spiritual legacy. Our possessions are merely tools, not gods. They exist to heal, to share light, and to echo into eternity. What about your life? Are you wise with what you have been lent, using your days and strength to build something eternal, or just chasing brief comfort? This ancient teaching of the shrewd manager is no green light for deceit. It is a call to awaken to act with sharp purpose. The steward moved because he knew his hour was desperate. How much more should we live with burning intent, knowing this existence is a vapor and eternity is absolute? Picture standing in the divine presence explaining how you spent his gifts. Will you hear, "Well done, good and faithful servant," or realize too late you chased illusions that rotted away? Leaving behind the sharp lesson of the master steward, we turn back to the quiet, invisible force of the divine kingdom. With just one brief, cryptic line, Christ unveils one of the most profound, hopeful truths in all of sacred scripture. This story of the rising dough is a narrative of deep personal change. It shows how the smallest, most hidden spark can awaken divine power to reshape our minds, our lives, and our world. Picture Jesus facing a vast crowd under the hot sun of a clear Galilean sky. Gathered there are people from all walks of use, farmers, merchants, mothers, and fishermen. They lean forward, faces shaded against the heat, drinking in every word, desperate for the voice of a teacher who speaks with weight, wrapping deep spiritual maps in simple country tales. He looks over the crowd, letting the quiet hang in the air before speaking. The kingdom of heaven is like yeast, which a woman took and hid inside 60 pounds of flour until the whole batch rose. Just one sentence. One simple, everyday picture. Yet to anyone willing to listen, it holds the quiet mystery of the divine presence spreading. To truly hear what Christ meant, we have to slip into the dusty world of his audience. In those days, yeast or leaven was a living, breathing force that made bread expand. This was no modern instant powder, but a sour, fermenting piece of dough kept alive from a previous baking. A woman would take this raw ferment and work it deep into fresh flour, kneading it with sweat and intent, so the living culture could infect the whole mass. It was slow, completely hidden from sight. At first, nothing changed. The flour lay heavy, cold, and dead. But deep inside that dark, quiet dough, a revolution was beginning. The tiny culture was alive, expanding without a sound, breathing life into the cold mass. What began as a heavy, stagnant lump was now rising, turning light, alive, and ready to feed the hungry. But look closer at the scale. 60 pounds of flour. In the original Greek text, this is 3. Why would a woman need enough dough to feed over 100 people? It is an immense, impossible task for just one person to consume alone. Yet Jesus describes her taking a tiny pinch of yeast, slowly working it into this colossal mountain of flour. It is a painstaking, deliberate ritual. She kneads and folds, forcing the unseen leaven deep into every hidden crease of the dough. She ensures nothing remains untouched. Slowly, the entire mass begins to change its very nature, altered by an invisible, silent force. What is this ancient parable trying to reveal to us? The yeast represents the kingdom of heaven, God's sacred presence, his sovereign reign and quiet power. The flour represents our world, our fractured communities, and our deepest inner lives. The ancient text delivers a stark truth. God's kingdom begins in obscurity, yet its ultimate reach is entirely unstoppable. It works unseen. It acts in secret, yet it alters everything. The weary crowd gathered around Jesus must have felt the heavy gravity of his words. For many, God's promise felt agonizingly distant. Their world was crushed under the iron boot of the Roman Empire, a colossus of oppression. They desperately awaited a warrior Messiah, a savior who would ride in with a violent display of military might to destroy their captors, to instantly tear down their enemies and build a visible empire. But Jesus shattered those desperate, politically charged expectations. The kingdom of heaven, he warned, does not arrive like a roaring Roman legion with sounding trumpets and flashing swords. It enters like yeast, small, hidden, and pulsing with life. It begins in secret, eventually bleeding into every single corner of human existence. The disciples standing nearby would soon witness this mysterious truth unfold in their own personal journeys with the Master. What started small, a mere handful of outcasts, fishermen, and tax collectors following a Galilean rabbi, would one day transform the world, acting like yeast. Buried in the dough, the gospel's message would quietly spread from heart to heart until it finally illuminated every dark corner of the earth. This simple parable of the yeast reveals 3 profound secrets of the kingdom. First, it starts small, yet grows with unstoppable force. A single pinch of yeast appears utterly meaningless, yet it holds the power to conquer a mountain of dough. In the very same way, the divine presence begins in the quietest, most unremarkable corners. A simple act of mercy, a whispered prayer, a tiny seed of faith sown in a human soul. Yet the divine uses these microscopic beginnings to spark monumental change. Consider how the ministry of Jesus actually began. Born in a filthy stable, raised in an ignored village, and followed by a ragtag group, he looked completely insignificant to the empires of the world. And yet through his death and resurrection, he brought radical healing to the soul of humanity. The kingdom works in the shadows, yet its transformation is total. When yeast is kneaded into flour, the real change happens deep inside. It takes place far beneath the surface, invisible to the naked eye, but utterly undeniable in its final dramatic results. Likewise, the Spirit works quietly in the dark basements of our minds and our world. It rarely demands a grand spotlight, yet its power is profound. Have you ever felt this? A sudden moment when a quiet truth began to stir within your soul, slowly shifting your mindset, softening your hardened edges and rewiring your behavior. You might not have noticed the change at first, but soon the transformation became undeniable. This divine influence spreads to every single thing it touches. Recall the woman in the parable kneading her dough until the leaven infects the whole batch of flour. It never stops halfway. It demands total, absolute transformation. This is how the Spirit operates. It refuses to settle for partial healing. It must permeate every dark, dusty closet of our lives. Our relationships, our hidden priorities, our core character, and our ultimate mission. This quiet revolution also bleeds outward into the world. The message acts like a holy contagion designed to reshape society. It flows into broken families, chaotic workplaces, and suffering neighborhoods, leaving light and radical hope in its wake. What does this ancient story mean for our modern anxiety? First, it challenges us to trust. Trust in the immense power of small beginnings. You might feel your quiet efforts are useless, your prayers echoing in an empty room, your fragile faith totally ignored. But the text reminds us that the smallest seeds, when kissed by divine light, carry eternal weight. Your quiet gestures of truth and genuine love act exactly like that ancient yeast, spreading, expanding, and altering reality in ways you cannot see. Second, it calls us to welcome this silent interior work of God. The divine presence does not always arrive with loud fanfares. Often it works in absolute silence, deep inside the heavy chambers of the heart. Are you brave enough to trust this process? Can you believe the Spirit is moving even when the darkness blinds you? Finally, it summons us to be active agents of this holy transformation. We carry this invisible spark into our chaotic modern world. Our actions, heavy with grace and truth, must reshape the suffering around us. Imagine standing in that ancient Judean crowd, listening closely to these mysterious, challenging words. You look down at your calloused hands, dusty from the morning chore. Suddenly, the ordinary daily grind of baking bread is shattered. It takes on a holy weight. You see the truth, the divine Spirit is alive, quietly spreading inside you even when you feel small. What about your own life? Are you letting this quiet, sacred force rewrite your heart? Are you carrying this light into your broken home, your anxious workplace, and your wider world? This ancient parable is a map of survival. It reminds us that no darkness can stop the dawn. God's kingdom is an unstoppable force. Its hidden power slowly reshapes everything it touches. Moving past the quiet growth of the yeast, Jesus shifts our focus to a final image of finality, a sobering truth revealing the ultimate climax of all human history. Through the parable of the net, he warns of the unavoidable separation waiting at the end of the age. This story pulls no punches. It is sharp, uncompromising, and leaves us with one haunting question. Where will we stand when that net is dragged to shore? Picture Jesus sitting in a boat on the Sea of Galilee, speaking to crowds gathered along the shore. They are farmers, laborers, and fishermen, simple folks surviving by the sweat of their brow. Some listen with open hearts, hungry for hope. Others stand back skeptical of what this wandering rabbi could ever teach them. Jesus looks out over the water. Waves lap gently against his boat, while dark shapes of distant fishermen appear on the horizon, casting heavy nets. Their small vessels glide slowly across the glassy surface, dragging their nets and sweeping up everything. It is a familiar scene. For this crowd, fishing is not just a job, it is survival itself. Jesus pauses. The shore falls quiet, and he begins to speak. Again he speaks. The kingdom of heaven is like a great net cast deep into the sea, gathering fish of every kind. Matthew chapter 13, verse 47. Picture this massive dragnet, heavily weighted at the bottom, floating at the top, stretching wide across the dark currents. This is no handheld net. It is an industrial tool designed to trap everything. Creatures of every shape, size, and species are caught. The net drifts silently through the dark water, moving blindly, hidden from the schools below. Some fish dart away to escape it, while others swim directly into its trap. Soon the heavy load drags the wooden boats lower in the water, and the crew strains to haul it up. It is brutal work. The men lean hard over the gunnels, pulling the soaked heavy mesh close. Their hands are raw and muscles burn. Suddenly the net breaks the surface as it rises, squirming and spilling in the sudden glare of day. Fish thrash wildly. Wet seaweed clings to shining scales. Small and large, clean and unclean, the net holds it all. Then Jesus continues, when it was full, the fishermen dragged it onto the beach. They sat down, gathering the good fish into baskets, but threw the bad away. Matthew 13:48. Picture the beach-weary fishermen hauling that massive wet net across the sand, dumping its contents. Now the tedious, deliberate, and final work of sorting begins. The good fish, valuable and clean, are sorted into baskets to be sold at market, shared with families, or salted for storage. But the bad fish, unfit to eat, are thrown aside as worthless trash, left to rot with the seaweed and lake debris. This sorting is absolute. There is no middle ground, no compromise. Every catch has its final place, good or bad, saved or discarded. Jesus now reveals the deeper meaning, and his words carry a heavy, undeniable weight. This is how it will be at the end of time. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous, throwing them into the fiery furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 13:49 and 50. The image shifts from local fishermen to angels executing God's ultimate judgment. The net represents the kingdom of God, sweeping through the world, gathering everyone, believers and skeptics, the righteous and the wicked, the faithful and the unfaithful. Just as every fish is eventually hauled to land, every single soul will stand before God. No one escapes the net. This sorting represents the final judgment, a moment when the truth of our hearts is laid bare. Like those fish, humanity will be divided. The righteous who belonged to God and walked in active faith will be gathered into his presence forever. The wicked who rejected his grace to live for themselves will face eternal separation. The warnings of a fiery furnace and the gnashing of teeth are not simple metaphors. Jesus is describing an eternal judgment, a reality that carries both immense terror and absolute clarity. It is the ultimate consequence of rejecting God's grace. This ancient parable teaches three profound truths. First, the net does not discriminate. It catches everything, just as the gospel invite goes out to all rich and poor, young and old, sinner and saint. All are pulled in reflecting the sweeping reach of God's call. No one is excluded from the invitation to enter. But while the catch is random, the sorting is intentional and final. At the close of this age, there is no gray area between the righteous and the corrupt will be cast out. This truth forces us to ask, are we ready? A fish has no choice but to be swept up when the dragnet pulls through the dark. But we still breathe, meaning we still have time to turn toward divine grace. The kingdom is collecting souls at this very moment. The question is, will we surrender or resist? Imagine yourself as a single fish swimming blindly through the deep, unaware of the net closing in. That is the reality for most people today, drifting day to day, ignoring the infinite, utterly blind to the moment when we will all be dragged before the throne of God. This ancient riddle demands we stop and ask, are we truly ready? Are we living with sacred purpose? Or just drifting, swept away by the toxic currents of a fractured world? Jesus' warning is not meant to paralyze us with fear, but to shock us awake. The kingdom is a dragnet sweeping the abyss, and the great harvest is coming. Now is the hour to face ourselves, seek mercy, and live as citizens of His sacred kingdom. What does this ancient riddle mean for our lives today? First, it screams urgency. The mesh is tightening, and the day of reckoning is closing in. If you are still hiding from the light, this story is an urgent plea to yield. Divine mercy is open to you today, but the window is shrinking. Second, it confronts those who call themselves faithful. Are we actually living right, bearing real fruit, and walking in truth? Are we offering a lifeline to those still drowning in the dark? This ancient parable forces us to look at our neighbor with desperate empathy, knowing eternity is on the line. Picture standing on a silent beach watching the heavy ropes get hauled in. The catch is spilled onto the sand, squirming and gasping. Then the separation begins. The good are saved, the useless are thrown away. This selection is absolute. There is no court of appeal. What about your life if the net rose today? Where would you stand? Are you prepared to be claimed by the sacred? Or are you still stalling, chasing fleeting illusions? This dark warning reminds us that divine patience is not an endless resource. The gate to the kingdom stands wide open today, but the sorting hour is coming. These stories are not meant to amuse us. They are psychological mirrors. This text demands we wake up and live as people who feel the heavy gravity of eternity. The net is moving through our world, and everyone must face that ultimate moment of truth. From this cinematic image of a massive net where the noble and corrupt souls are divided at the end of time, Jesus pivots to a psychological test about how we spend our raw potential, our talents, and our time while we wait for His ultimate kingdom to arrive in power. The story of the 10 minus is a stark call to active duty and heavy accountability. We are not spectators in a grand cosmic play, but active players trusted with divine gifts. The stage is set in Jericho, an ancient city electric with expectation. Jesus is passing through on his long march to Jerusalem, surrounded by an eager crowd. His mythic reputation goes before him: healer, teacher, wonder worker, and maybe the promised Messiah. Quiet rumors stir. The crowd, is this the hour he breaks Rome's grip and brings back the ancient kingdom? The mob wants a political savior, a conqueror who will rule with iron force, restore their nation, and bring wealth. But Jesus reads their inner thoughts. He knows they completely mistake the true nature of his kingdom. As they approach Jerusalem, he shares a deep story to shatter their illusions and brace them for what lies ahead. He begins a man of noble blood travel to a far-off land to claim his crown, and then return, according to Luke. Chapter 19, verse 12. Picture this wealthy aristocrat preparing for a voyage into the unknown for a long time. This plot was common back then. Herod the Great had once journeyed to Rome to secure his Judean throne. The listening crowd understood this historical mirror. The nobleman is Jesus, who was about to vanish into the heavens, only to return one day with absolute power. Before departing, the ruler summons 10 of his servants. He looks deep into their eyes and hands each one a single mina, a silver coin, worth roughly 3 months of hard labor. It is not immense wealth, but it matters. He hands this same sum to every single worker and gives a sharp order: invest this and make a profit until my return. Luke 19:13. The mandate is crystal clear. Build, produce, and use my resources to create real value. The master expects his people to act smart, trade these minas, and double his trust. Picture how the servants react. Some are thrilled seeing this silver mina as a golden opportunity, a real investment in their future, a moment to prove their skill. Others feel a crushing dread. What if they fail? What if they lose everything they were given? The master departs anyway, leaving them alone with their choices. But then the story takes a dark, unexpected turn. Jesus reveals that the citizens hated this nobleman, sending a hostile delegation after him to say, "We do not want this man to rule over us." Luke 19, verse 14. Rebellion is brewing. While the master is gone, a faction openly rejects his authority. They despise his name and refuse to acknowledge his crown. This mirrors the deep human resistance to ultimate authority, a refusal to accept a sovereign, a rejection that echoes in our hearts today. After a long absence, the master returns, now a king. Reckoning day has arrived. The servants are summoned to show what they did with the silver entrusted to them. The king takes his throne, and the servants step forward one by one, their hearts pounding as they prepare to speak. The first servant steps up, his face calm yet eager. He holds out the silver mina he received, now multiplied 10 times over. "Master, your mina has made 10 more. The king smiles, his voice booming with absolute delight. "Well done, good servant, because you have been faithful in this small thing. Take charge of 10 cities. Luke 19, verse 17. The reward is breathtaking. For managing one small coin, the steward is granted power over 10 vast cities. The king's grace is massive, far exceeding anything he could have dreamed. The second servant steps up, slightly less assured, but still proud of his efforts. "Master, your mina has earned 5 more. The king's favor is equally generous. Take charge of 5 cities. Both receive power not for matching results, but because they were deeply faithful with what they held. Their quiet devotion and effort were what pleased the sovereign. Then the third servant steps forward, hunched and defensive. His voice shakes as he whispers, "Master, here is your mina. I hid it away safely in a piece of cloth. I was terrified of you because you are a harsh man. You take what you did not deposit and reap what you did not plant." Luke 19, verses 20 and 21. He returns the coin, untouched and useless, confessing that fear paralyzed him. Instead of letting the silver grow, he buried it, crippled by his own dark view of the master as a cold tyrant. The king's expression hardens, his voice cutting through the silence. "I will condemn you by your own words, you wicked servant. So you knew, did you, that I am a harsh master, taking what I never deposited and reaping what I did? Not so. Why then did you not put my money in the bank so I could have claimed it with interest?" Luke 19, verses 22 and 23. The servant's excuse is stripped bare. He did not fail because of fear, but because of quiet apathy and disbelief. He refused to respect the king's trust or follow his command. The mina is seized and handed directly to the one who built 10. The shocked crowd gasps, protesting, "Master, he already has 10. But the king answers, "I tell you to, everyone who has more will be given. But from the one who has nothing, even what little they hold will be stripped away." Luke 19, verse 26. The story ends with a chilling final decree. The king turns his gaze to the rebels who refused his crown. "As for those enemies who did not want me to reign over them, drag them here and slay them before my eyes." Luke 19, verse 27. The heavy weight of judgment crushes those who defied him. Their active rebellion leads straight to ruin, haunting warning to anyone who resists divine authority. This ancient parable lays bare 3 profound spiritual realities of our existence. First, we are deeply entrusted with spiritual weight and calling. Like those servants, we have received unique gifts, time, and influence. Everything we hold is a sacred loan, and we are called to invest it wisely, expanding His light. Second, devotion is always rewarded. God does not demand the exact same output from every soul, but He demands integrity. Whether we yield 10 times or 5, our quiet dedication will be honored with beauty far beyond our wildest dreams. Finally, defying the sovereign brings ruin. The rebellious citizens reveal our own self-destructive exile from truth. Their fate warns us that while grace is patient, the hour approaches when our choices become permanent. So what does this ancient code mean for your life today? It forces us to look inward. What are you doing with the breath and talents you have been given? Are you building something, or are you burying your potential out of paralyzing fear, complacency, or quiet indifference? This ancient story also challenges how we view the divine. Do you see a tyrant looking for failure, or a generous king eager to bless those who do we truly trust him? How we view God shapes every step of our lives. Imagine the day the king returns. He calls you out. You stand there holding the gifts he trusted you with. Will he say, "Well done, good and faithful servant"? Or will you stand empty-handed, making excuses for burying your potential in the dirt? This ancient parable of the 10 minas warns us that our time is running out. The king is coming, and our souls hold his treasures. Let us be found ready, awake, and living with purpose. Shifting from this heavy challenge of stewardship in the ancient text, parable of the 10 minas, Jesus brings us to a truth that exposes our deepest psychological role in this world. This is not about gold or wealth. It is about how we reflect His blinding light in our dark lives. The story of the lamp on a stand is deceptively simple, yet it holds a mirror to our modern anxiety. We are called to shine in a world lost in a thick darkness of the mind. It demands courage and visibility, leaving us with a heavy question. What are you doing with the spark you have been given? Picture Jesus standing under the vast ancient sky, teaching as the cool Galilean breeze brushes across the crowd. The people listening are ordinary souls just like us, farmers, merchants, mothers, and tired laborers. They go home to cold clay walls and thatched roofs. They understand the terror of the dark. When night falls in the ancient world, the darkness is absolute. There are no city lights or glowing screens to distract them. To survive the night, they must light a small flame, tiny clay bowl of olive oil with a flickering wick. It is fragile, precious, and life-saving. Jesus looks at them, points to this simple lamp and speaks. No one lights a lamp and hides it under a jar or beneath a bed. Instead, they set it high on a stand so that everyone entering can see. Luke chapter 8, verse 16. In a cold, dark home, that single flame changes everything. It drives away the shadows, showing the truth of the room. To hide that lamp, to cover it up, would be madness. It destroys the very purpose of its existence. Light is born to shine. The crowd nods, understanding the physical truth of his words. But Jesus is mapping out something far deeper, a guide to our inner world. This lamp is not just clay and oil. It represents the light of divine truth inside our subconscious. It is the sacred spark of awareness, the voice of conscience, and the weight of our true identity. It is the light that exposes our hidden fears, reveals our sins, and guides us out of exile. Jesus is saying that we are the ones who must carry this flame. To follow him is to be awake, but that awakening was never meant to be hidden. It is not a private shield to keep us safe. It must break through. Jesus warns us. For nothing is hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing secret that will not be brought to light. Luke chapter 8, verse 17. It sounds terrifying. It is our only hope. Jesus is stating a psychological law. The truth cannot stay buried forever. Our secrets will always find a way out. The deep mystery of existence is now standing directly in front of us, exposed in the light. This light pierces the darkest corners of our modern hearts, exposing our hypocrisy and shame. Yet it does not come to destroy us. It brings the possibility of true healing. This light does not exist to condemn, but to restore. For anyone willing to step into that light, it brings life. Imagine a dark, cluttered room. Cobwebs cover the corners, dust blankets the floor, and broken items lie scattered everywhere. When you bring a lamp inside, you see everything, the mess, the dirt, the damage. But that light also makes it possible to clean, repair, and restore. This is what the light of Christ does. It reveals our hidden wounds, not to mock us, but to cure us, showing us who we really are. But this ancient wisdom carries a stark warning. Therefore, consider carefully how you listen. To those who listen more will be given. But from those who ignore the truth, even what they think they have will be stripped away. Luke chapter 8, verse 18. Jesus is urging us to truly listen and respond to his voice with open, honest lives. The truth is incredibly powerful, but how we respond to it determines our fate. For those who listen closely, who welcome the light, that inner flame will grow brighter. Their understanding will deepen, their souls will heal, and their daily lives will bear fruit. They will be trusted with more insight, more meaning, and deeper truth. But for those who ignore the light, who reject it or lock it away, even the little they have will fade to black. Why do we let complacency invite the dark? This ancient parable exposes our true role as keepers of the light. If we have felt that sacred warmth, if we know this profound truth, we must not lock it away. We must shine. In Matthew chapter 5, Jesus tells his followers that they are a city built upon a hill. It cannot remain hidden. No one lights a candle just to cover it. You set it high to give light. It must fill the whole house. In that same way, let your goodness shine so others may see it and glorify your Father in heaven. This is our quiet calling to let his presence radiate through us, not for our own credit, but for his. What does that look like? It means reflecting his love in our dark world. It means carrying truth and grace into everyday moments, serving others with a humble heart and a quiet strength. It means standing as a steady beacon in the chaos. Have you ever walked through a pitch-black room? A single candle can conquer the dark. Your faith works the same way. Even a small gesture can spark hope. A gentle word or a silent prayer can rescue someone. Yet the story warns us not to hide that power. How often do we muzzle our spirit out of fear? How often do we bury our truth under a heavy jar? We choose safety over shining. Yet the world is starving for truth, and He has trusted us to share it. Are we burning brightly, or are we actively hiding His spark? Picture yourself standing in that ancient crowd, hearing His voice for the very first time. You look at the tired faces of mothers, fishermen, and children. You think of the simple clay lamp at home, the tiny flame you light each night to fight the shadows. Suddenly, the truth hits you. You are that clay lamp, and His Spirit is the fire burning inside. He calls you out of the shadows to burn bravely without fear in your home, your job, or your school. Your inner light has the power to change everything. This simple parable reveals three profound truths. First, the message must never be hidden. It must be spoken, lived out, and shared with everyone. If you have found truth, do not hoard it. His light exposes our darkest corners, not to punish us, but to heal and redeem. His light brings clarity and hope to broken hearts. He urges us to listen closely and live faithfully. Protect His spark, and it will grow into a brilliant flame. But if we neglect it, we risk losing even the little we have. What about you? Are you truly shining, or are you hiding in the dark? Are you allowing His truth to illuminate your soul, or clinging to the shadows? This parable is a wake-up call. To live with bold, fierce purpose. He gave you His light to rescue a world that is drowning in deep despair. After speaking of this shining fire, Jesus shares one of the most intimate, vivid, and deeply profound parables of His entire ministry. This is no story of harsh judgment. It is an invitation to a deep, life-giving connection. The parable of the vine and branches reveals the very heart of what it means to follow Him daily, to dwell in Him, draw life from Him, and bear good fruit. The setting is heavy with meaning. It is the night before His execution. In the upper room, the Passover dinner is over. Judas has already slipped away to betray Him. The air is thick with grief. Jesus knows His fate. His remaining hours are numbered, so He speaks with quiet urgency, sharing secrets they must carry forever. Picture the scene. The dark room is lit only by flickering clay lamps, shadows dancing on walls. The disciples huddle close to their teacher. They can feel the heavy weight of His quiet intensity. Jesus stands, guiding them out into the cool night air, winding down toward the Mount of Olives. They pass silent vineyards. Rows of ancient leafy vines loom in the dark, their branches twisting together. Jesus stops, perhaps reaching out to touch a thick branch winding its way up toward the moonlit sky. Standing there in the dark, He says, "I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener." His followers understood this instantly. Grapevines were everywhere in ancient Israel, and they carried a deep symbolic meaning. In the Old Testament, the nation of Israel was often described as a vineyard planted by God. Isaiah wrote that the people were the plants He loved, the garden He took great joy in tending. Yet despite His care, they failed to yield good fruit, producing only rebellion. Now Jesus declares something radical in the dark. He says, "I am the true vine." What if the ancient scriptures are actually a hidden map of your own psyche? Jesus claimed to be the true vine, fulfilling what humanity has forgotten. He presents Himself as the raw source of life connection and the deep path back to the Father. But then comes the warning. Every fruitless branch is severed, while those that bear fruit are pruned to produce even more. In John chapter 15, verse 2, the metaphor sharpens. The creator of the universe is the gardener. He carefully tends the soil, inspecting every branch. Those failing to produce are severed, cut away from the source. Yet even the healthy branches face the blade. He prunes them, stripping away the excess to foster real growth, removing dead weight and shaping the branch. Imagine the disciples watching a gardener handle sharp shears. He moves deliberately, snipping here and cutting there, fully knowing this sharp pain is necessary to thrive. Without this process, the branches grow wild, tangled, and ultimately sterile. Pruning is painful, but it is life. This ancient text reveals a deep psychological truth. Pruning is an act of love. It hurts. It looks like hardship, internal struggle, and those dark moments when toxic habits are torn from us. But this clearing is for our healing. We are stripped down so we can grow deeper, healthier, and truly alive. Recall a time when you felt entirely stripped. When something you swore you absolutely needed was suddenly taken away. Maybe a relationship, a career path, or a dream. In the moment, it felt like absolute ruin, but looking back, you see the design. You were being refined and prepared for a deeper purpose. Now consider the core of this parable. Abide in me, and I will abide in you. No branch can produce anything of value alone. It must stay attached to the source. Neither can you unless you remain deeply rooted in me. This is John chapter 15, verse 4. The word abide echoes through the text, meaning to stay, to dwell. It describes a psychological anchor, a vital link. Jesus is emphasizing that this connection is our only lifeline. Picture it. A severed branch has no independent pulse. Isolated, it is nothing more than dry wood waiting to rot. But when attached, it drinks deeply from the roots, absorbing water, strength, and life. It grows lush and green. This is our existential reality. I am the vine and you are the branches, as written in John chapter 15, verse 5. Spiritual alignment is not about exhausting struggle. It is about resting and abiding. It means finding your vital anchor. He promises that if we stay connected, our lives will naturally yield immense fruit. Without me, you can do nothing. This warning from John 15, verse 5 is deeply humbling and liberating. Without alignment, our efforts are empty. We cannot manufacture genuine peace, lasting change, or soul-level transformation. But connected to the source, the soul bears fruit organically. It becomes the outward sign of an inner living reality. This fruit is quiet peace, resilience, kindness, and deep self-control. Values outlined in Galatians chapter 5, verses 22 and 23. Then comes the stark warning for those who drift away. You will wither like a discarded branch, dried up, gathered, and cast into the fire, as John describes. In chapter 15, verse 6, the warning is chilling. An unattached branch loses its identity, dries up, and burns. It warns of a hollow existence, pretending to be connected while slowly dying inside, severed from real life. We produce nothing when we live in spiritual exile. But for those who stay anchored, a promise awaits. If my words dwell inside you, ask whatever you truly desire, and it shall be done. Recorded in John chapter 15, verse 7. This is not about granting selfish wishes. It points to a much deeper psychological shift. When we are aligned, our thoughts transform. Our desires naturally shift, matching the very rhythm of the divine. Our intentions flow from a unified heart. He concludes that true fruitfulness brings ultimate glory to the Father. This is John chapter 15, verse 8. The final purpose of abiding. We find our identity. When our lives radiate peace and joy, we reflect the divine design to the world. We prove who we truly are. This ancient imagery offers three profound insights for the modern seeker. First, isolation breeds emptiness. Second, pruning removes what holds us back, clearing space for genuine evolution. Though the process is painful, it yields life. Finally, our ultimate design is to reflect the light, bringing order to our internal chaos. Imagine standing in that ancient garden, looking closely at those tangled branches. Some branches are heavy with life, while others are dry, brittle, and completely disconnected. Now the ancient question echoes in your own heart. Are you truly connected? Or are you living in exile? Are you drawing strength and life from Christ? Or exhausting yourself trying to bear fruit alone? This parable of the vine and branches invites us to surrender, stay connected, and enter a deeper, far richer relationship with Jesus. Flow through us. The fruit we produce is not for our glory, but His. From this call to abide that life-giving connection, Jesus delivers a deeper parable, one that cuts straight to the very heart of God's invitation. It is a story of celebration, grace, and rejection, but also a stark reminder that God's table will be completely filled, whether we choose to sit there or not. This ancient feast is a psychological challenge and a quiet warning. The invitation stands open, but how will we respond? Our story begins inside the home of a powerful Pharisee. Jesus is there for a Sabbath meal, and the tension is suffocating. These religious elites, known for their pride and self-righteousness, watch his every move, looking for a trap. But Jesus, as always, speaks boldly into the silence, shattering their comfort and exposing their deep spiritual blindness. One guest at the table, perhaps trying to ease the heavy tension, speaks up, with absolute confidence declaring, "Blessed is the one who feasts in the kingdom of God." Luke 14:15. This statement reveals a deeply held ancient belief of that era that God's kingdom would end in a grand banquet, a sacred feast where only the righteous and chosen sat in honor before the Lord. It was a beautiful vision rooted in ancient scriptures like Isaiah 25:6, promising a feast of rich foods for all nations. But a dangerous assumption lay hidden here, one Jesus had to expose. The Pharisees and their peers believed their seats were fully guaranteed, bought by their status, heritage, and outward obedience. They assumed they were first on God's VIP list, never once questioning their own standing. And so Jesus responds with a story that shakes their confidence to the core. He begins, "A certain man prepared a massive banquet and invited many guests." Luke 14:16. Picture this scene: a wealthy man, a ruler, preparing a feast unlike anything this city has ever seen. The word great is no exaggeration. This is a spectacular banquet of massive scale. Imagine long tables, covered in exquisite linens, silver plates set with the finest foods, roasted meats, fresh bread, and wine flowing freely. Musicians are tuning and servants bustle around making sure everything is flawless. Rich aromas fill the air, a tantalizing promise of what is to come. The host, ready at last, sends his servant to announce the hour has arrived. When the moment comes, he sends his servant to tell the invited guests, "Come, because everything is ready now." Luke 14:17. This was custom. Guests would get an initial invite long beforehand, like a modern save date. But when the intense preparations were finished, the final summons went out declaring, "It is time, the feast is ready, come." But then comes the twist, a shocking pivot that stunned his listeners. They all alike began to make excuses. Luke 14:18. The servant, full of hope and anticipation, knocks on doors, delivering the urgent summons, "Come, the banquet is ready." But instead of gratitude and joy, he meets outright refusal. The very first guest claims, "I just bought a field and I must inspect it. Please excuse me." Luke 14:18. A field. Who buys land without looking at it first? It is a weak excuse showing his heart is somewhere else entirely. The second guest makes his claim, saying, "I have just bought 5 yoke of oxen, and I must test them. Please excuse me." Luke 14:19. 5 yoke of oxen, 10 beasts is not small buy. It is a massive investment. Yet who buys work animals without testing them first? This excuse also reveals where his devotion really lies. The third guest states, "I just got married, so I cannot attend." Luke 14:20. On the surface, this sounds valid. Marriage is a lifetime commitment. But even this is just a polite excuse to hide behind. He uses his domestic life to justify his refusal. One by one, the excuses roll in. The host's beautiful offer, which deserved pure joy, is met with complete apathy. The guests show that this banquet means nothing to them. Their wealth, their property, and their comfort come first. The servant returns, deeply defeated, reporting the harsh reality to his master. The master's reaction is immediate. The furious master orders his servant to go out quickly into the busy streets and hidden alleys of the city, bringing in the poor, the broken, the blind, and the lame. Luke 14:21. Feel the sudden shift. Master's anger is completely justified, not petty. His offer was vast, yet rejected. But instead of canceling the banquet, he blows the doors wide open. The servant runs back into the forgotten streets, calling out to the lost, the poor who cannot pay, the broken who cannot work, the blind stumbling, the lame moving slowly. These are the overlooked, the unwanted, and the forgotten. Yet the master welcomes them, and soon the great hall begins to fill with people who never dreamed of such an invitation. They sit at his table, utterly astonished by the boundless grace shown to them. Soon the servant returns, breathless, reporting, "Sir, your orders are complete." But there is still room, as written in Luke chapter 14, verse 22. The master, filled with mercy, commands, "Go to the roads and country lanes, and compel them to enter, so my house will be full," as told in Luke chapter 14, verse 23. This call spreads far beyond the town, reaching into the distant highways and dark countryside. Wanderers, outcasts, and strangers find a welcome. The servant begs them to enter, promising they too have a rightful place at the table. Jesus closes this teaching with a chilling warning: none of those who were first invited will ever taste my grand feast, from Luke chapter 14, verse 24. The original guests walked away, forfeiting their seats. Their excuses cost them the honor of dining with the master. The feast goes on, but they are left in the cold. This ancient story holds a profound truth. The call to the divine is open to everyone, but it demands an active response. The banquet is the kingdom of God, a sacred space of healing, joy, and deep connection. Yet the first guests mirror the elites and religious gatekeepers of old who, despite their privilege, turn their backs on the message of grace. Their excuses show a mind consumed by earthly wealth, status, and everyday distractions, things that pale in comparison to what is eternal. The blind, the broken, and the struggling represent the outcasts of our world, those labeled as unworthy. Yet grace chooses them. The divine call gathers the rejected, the broken, and the humble to pull up a chair. Finally, those found wandering the dirt roads and dark country lanes represent the outsiders, those far from faith, but now welcomed into the inner fold through Jesus Christ. What does this parable reveal about our lives today? First, it challenges us to examine our response. Are we like those initial guests, distracted by daily anxieties and making polite excuses to avoid facing the divine? Are we so obsessed with our careers, possessions, and relationships that we ignore the most vital call of all? Second, it exposes a deep love for the broken. This kingdom isn't built for the self-righteous, the wealthy, or the perfect, but for the humble, the struggling, and those who know their absolute need for mercy. Finally, we are called to pass the word. The Master sends his servants to urge others to enter. As followers of Christ, we carry that mantle. We must go out into the dark streets, alleys, and forgotten corners of society and call people to the feast. Picture yourself sitting at this table spread with endless abundance. A quiet joy fills the room as strangers from every corner of the earth sit together. You scan the room and realize this welcome was open to anyone who simply said yes. Have you accepted that invitation yourself? Or are you still making excuses, holding on to temporary things? This ancient story reminds us that the door is open now, but it will not remain open forever. The banquet is set, the table prepared, and the Master calls come, for everything is ready. From the grand scale of this open feast, which demanded a personal choice, Jesus turns his gaze directly to the human soul, showing how it hears the call. And what unfolds next? The parable of the sower and the soils is an intimate portrait of the divine word scattered in our lives, showing how our inner state decides if that spiritual seed will take root. It is a heavy, sobering reality that forces a simple question. What kind of soil is my heart? The scene unfolds by the Sea of Galilee. Jesus has been teaching, gathering crowds so immense that they spill over the narrow shoreline. People press close, desperate to hear. Nearby, the local fishermen' boats swayed along the shoreline, bobbing gently in the waves. Watching the crowd press closer, Jesus steps into one of the vessels. He sits down, using the water as a natural stage, while the people line the sand, eyes fixed on him. The air is tense with expectation. There are farmers, fishermen, parents, children, and critical religious leaders. Some watch with skepticism, some with curiosity, while others ache for hope. Jesus reads their minds, seeing their inner silent struggles, distractions, and fears. He does not offer complex theology, but a simple story of seeds and dirt. His voice drifts across the quiet water, steady and clear. Listen, a sower went out to sow, Mark 4:3. The crowd immediately envisions the scene, deeply familiar with the sower's labor. Walking across his field, a heavy sack slung over his shoulder, he reaches deep, grabs a handful, and flings it wide. Scattering them generously across the soil, the grains fly from his hand, caught by the wind, landing blindly on the hard dirt path, among jagged rocks in choked, thorny patches, and onto rich, fertile soil. Jesus then reveals the diverse fates of these scattered seeds. As he cast the seed, some fell along the path, and hungry birds swooped down to devour it, as recorded in Mark 4:4. This first terrain is the hardened path. Picture a heavily trampled trail cutting through a field compacted by countless passing feet. Trodden down and packed tight by the relentless coming and going of travelers and beasts, the ground has become completely impenetrable. When the seed falls here, it cannot penetrate. Exposed on the surface, it sits highly vulnerable, and the birds notice it instantly. They dive, wings slicing the air to snatch up the grains and carry them off. In a flash, the seed vanishes, leaving the trail completely barren once more. Jesus likens this to people who hear God's word, but fail to comprehend it. Their hearts are calloused, packed tight by pride, anxiety, and worldly noise. The truth cannot penetrate because they are closed off to receiving it. Just like those predatory birds, the enemy glides in to steal the message before it can even spark life. Jesus continues explaining that other seeds fell onto shallow, rocky ground, where the earth was scarce. It sprouted rapidly because of the thin soil, but when the relentless sun blazed overhead, the young seedlings were scorched and withered away, lacking any deep roots. This is from Mark 4, verses 5 and 6. Imagine stony ground, where a mere dusting of dirt barely conceals the bedrock beneath. Here, the scattered seed lands right and sinks in just enough to take hold. At first, it looks promising, as a fresh green shoot reaches up toward the sun. The sower smiles, watching life begin to flourish. But as the midday sun climbs higher, its intense heat becomes merciless. The thin soil cannot retain water, and the fragile roots strike the cold bedrock below. Without depth, the plant cannot survive. Its leaves droop, its stem shrivels, and it dies. This mirrors those who hear the word and embrace it with instant joy, yet possess no real depth. They react emotionally, highly excited at first, but their faith is fragile. When heavy trials come, like persecution, hardship, or temptation, they wither because they lack any roots to anchor them. Next, Jesus says other seeds fell among thorns, which grew rapidly and choked the plants so they produced no grain, as told in Mark 4, verse 7. Imagine a patch of land where thorns and wild weeds already thrive, their roots tangled and deep. The seed lands here and begins to grow, but faces brutal competition. The aggressive weeds grow faster, their sharp thorns stretching out to steal the sunlight, water, and vital nutrients. Slowly, the fragile sprout is suffocated. It struggles desperately to survive, but the weeds choke it to death. This represents a heart crowded with distractions, anxiety, pursuit of wealth, and material desires. These internal thorns choke out God's word, blocking any hope of fruitfulness. A person hears the truth, but is completely consumed by worry, the chase for success, or everyday pleasures. The kingdom of God is pushed aside, buried deep under the crushing weight of other priorities. Finally, Jesus speaks of good soil. Other seed fell on rich earth. It grew up and produced a crop, multiplying 30, 60, or 100 times as recorded in Mark 4:8. This good soil is soft, fertile, and ready. The sower scatters seed here, and seed sinks deep into the dark earth. Rains fall, the sun warms, and life awakens. Strong roots push downward firmly, anchoring the plant while the stem reaches high, strong, and vibrant. Over time, it matures, yielding a rich, abundant harvest that far exceeds what was sown. A single grain yields 30, 60, or 100-fold, an abundant return, bringing great joy to the sower and nourishment to all who eat the bread. This represents a human heart that is open, humble, and deeply receptive to God's word. It is the person who listens, understands, and lets truth take root. They endure trials, sweep aside modern distractions, and bear heavy fruit, bringing glory to God and blessing to others. Jesus ends with a haunting warning: let anyone with ears to hear listen. Mark 4:9. The crowd is silent, their disciples glancing at one another, seeking answers. His words are deceptively simple, yet they carry a weight that cannot be ignored. The seed, this divine truth, is identical for everyone, but the actual state of the soil, the human heart, determines the outcome. This profound story forces us to face crucial truths. The seed possesses the ultimate power to produce abundant harvest, but only if received. This truth transforms our hearts, renews our minds, and yields lasting fruit when we allow it to take root. The ancient text exposes four psychological landscapes: the hardened path, the shallow rocks, the distracted, thorny ground, and receptive soil. The question is not whether God speaks, but if we are truly ready, who receives what he says. Good soil yields a harvest 30, 60, or 100-fold when we let the word take root and grow inside us. It reshapes our character, our choices, and our ultimate legacy. What kind of ground are you? Is your inner soil hardened and deaf to truth? Is it shallow, reacting quickly but possessing no real depth? Is it choked by thorns, those daily anxieties and distractions that slowly strangle your faith? Or is it rich earth ready to feed the seed and let it rise to the light? The sower is scattering seeds right now, throwing them generously across our paths, begging us to truly listen, awaken, and bear fruit. Picture yourself in that ancient crowd standing on the shores of Galilee as the teacher finishes speaking. You feel the heavy weight of his challenge, a quiet summons to search your soul. Will you let the seed fall on fertile ground? Will you let it strike deep roots, break through the dark, and yield a massive harvest? This parable of the soils is not a simple lesson in agriculture. It is a mirror of your own mind. It demands that you clear away the debris and welcome the quiet, transformative power of truth. Moving past these inner territories of fertile and frozen hearts, the narrative of the seed and soil shifts. Now we are pulled into a story that confronts how we face the divine during long seasons of waiting, unjust silence, and cosmic neglect. This parable of the corrupt judge, often known as the story of the persistent widow, uncovers a dark mystery about the relentless, stubborn nature of prayer. It draws a stark portrait of absolute human tenacity and radical trust, urging us to keep screaming into the dark even when the heavens seem silent. Through this, the teacher reveals that the divine presence we seek is not a cold machine but a responsive power. The backdrop is simple, yet heavily charged with meaning. Knowing the deep exhaustion and spiritual fatigue of his followers, he begins speaking, showing them why they must always pray and never surrender. His tone is steady, his ancient words sharp with purpose. He understands our fragile psychology, how quickly we collapse when our cries meet silence or when the world feels utterly broken. And so he begins a dark fable in a certain town. There lived a judge who neither feared God nor cared about the opinions of men. Immediately, this striking description sets the stage. This corrupt judge is corrupt, cold, and entirely indifferent. In an ancient world where rulers were meant to protect the weak, this vulnerable, he is the exact antithesis. He possesses no moral compass, no fear of the divine, and absolute disregard for his reputation. His rulings are not guided by righteousness or mercy, but solely by his own self-serving interests. He is the ultimate face of indifferent, heartless power. The ancient audience knew this figure all too well. In their daily lives, courts were plagued by systemic greed. Bribes bought favorable verdicts, and the impoverished were silenced. This character embodies a cold, mechanical system where true justice is a luxury for the few. But then the teacher introduces a second figure, a widow in that same town who kept showing up, demanding justice against her ruthless oppressor. Picture her standing in the court, small, fragile, and utterly alone. In that era, a widow was stripped of social standing. Without a patriarch to defend or provide for them, she possessed absolutely zero social standing. Easily exploited and constantly ignored, the plight of the widow was deeply tragic. Yet despite biblical commands to defend the vulnerable, this woman has been deeply wronged. Perhaps she was cheated of her home or blackmailed by a powerful relative. Regardless, she is desperate for resolution. She has no advocate, no money, and no powerful friends. She has only her voice and her dogged persistence. Day after day she enters the courtroom, her voice cutting through the cynical chatter, "Give me justice against my enemy." She holds no political leverage, no systemic power. She has only her unrelenting cry. Yet she refuses to back down. She keeps returning, pounding on the heavy gates of authority, demanding the judge fulfill his sworn duty. She is a force of nature eroding his resistance, not with violence, but through sheer resolve. Initially, the magistrate ignores her. He mocks her persistence. To him, she is merely an annoying insect, a buzzing fly he wants to swat away. He brushes off her pleas, treating her as invisible. Day after day, she leaves empty-handed, yet she returns tomorrow. She will not submit. Eventually, the proud judge begins to crack, growing weary. Jesus says for a long time he refused, but at last he muttered to himself, "Though I fear no God or man, nor care for public opinion, because this woman refuses to leave me in peace, I will grant her legal justice so she won't completely exhaust me." This ancient phrasing vividly captures her relentless, ongoing assault on his apathy. This ruler, fueled entirely by pride, acts not from moral duty, but because this woman's psychological seed finally breaks him. In the original Greek, the term for attack carries the literal weight of being physically bruised or worn down like a battered fighter taking blow after blow. The exhausted judge finally breaks, giving up the struggle. He acts not from virtue, but desperation to escape her. Thus she wins her case, though he remains corrupt. Only her sheer refusal to yield saved her. Now Christ cuts through the noise with chilling precision. Hear his words. "If even this wicked man yields, will your Creator ignore his own children who cry to him through the darkness? Will he keep delaying? I tell you, swift justice is coming." This is written in Luke chapter 18, verses 6-8. The chasm between this crooked earthly ruler and the divine is absolute. Christ contrasts them. If an unfeeling, greedy bureaucrat can be swayed by endless knocking, imagine the force of your own desperate prayers. Surely a merciful Creator who hears his children weeping in the shadows will answer. For the widow, her relentless pleading forced a heartless tyrant to yield. Think how deeply your quiet determination stirs the soul of a loving Father. His love is boundless. This ancient text reveals three profound psychological truths about our inner struggle in prayer. She cried for relief through dark nights and long days. Her refusal to break brought victory. Christ promises that when we call, the cosmos responds. No whisper is lost to the void. Even in the agonizing silence, you are heard. Unlike that judge, God does not turn away. He is the ultimate anchor of justice. He does not act to silence your annoying voice, but out of infinite care for your soul. The widow never faltered, convinced that order would triumph over chaos. Our own stubborn hope reveals a deep-seated belief that light will pierce the darkness, no matter how long the delay. We seek him because we trust. Yet Christ leaves us with an unsettling question. When the Son of Man returns, will he find true faith remaining? This is Luke 18, verse 8. Suddenly, the mirror is turned directly on us. Waiting wears down the spirit. The heavy silence of unanswered cries tests our resolve. He asks us directly, will we endure? Will we keep searching, keep trusting, and believe in the ultimate good, even when the horizon remains utterly dark? Her defiance was absolute because she demanded justice. Do you possess that same desperate hunger in your daily life? Can you trust a higher clock when your world feels frozen? Put yourself in her position for a moment. You stand in a cold, echoing courtroom begging for relief day after day. Society watches and whispers, why even bother? Yet you return. You bang on the heavy doors, you refuse to break, knowing your plea must eventually be heard. Now picture standing before your Creator, the ultimate source of justice. He does not turn a blind eye. Every tear, every silent plea, every hidden burden is known. Unlike that corrupt ruler, his response flows from pure love. This teaching demands fearless hope, endless grit, and absolute trust that invisible forces are shifting the universe in your favor. This story serves as both a shield and a sword. It soothes our anxiety, assuring us we are never truly alone. Yet it forces us to confront our despair, demanding that we keep calling out from our personal exiles. Have you grown tired of waiting? Have you felt like letting go because the answers feel so far away? Christ whispers to you across millennia, do not stop. Keep walking. Lean into the deep love of your Creator. Leaving behind this duel of wills, the narrative shifts to another parable, one exploring the relentless pursuit of human value. It is a profound psychological map of our search for identity. The mystery of the lost drachma, the missing coin. This tale mirrors our own fear of being forgotten. It proves that no soul is too small to be hunted down. We witness a cosmic search, a divine rescue mission that reveals the true worth of every broken life. Christ reveals a force that will not abandon you to the shadows, but searches through the dirt to bring you home rejoicing. The setting is tense, with Christ addressing a divided crowd that mirrors the deep conflicts within our own human nature. On one side stand the outcasts, the broken, and those carrying the heavy guilt of their past mistakes. They lean forward, desperate for a spark of healing. But nearby, the religious elite watch with cold, critical eyes. Their hearts are armored, whispering in the shadows, disgusted that this teacher welcomes the wretched. Hearing their bitter judgments, Christ answers their cynicism not with anger, but with three timeless mysteries. He responds to their fear and pride, weaving three sacred stories back to back. First, a shepherd abandons his 99 safe creatures in the wilderness to rescue a single terrified wanderer. Next comes the mystery of the lost coin, our primary focus today. Finally, the story of the wild, wayward son, who is welcomed home with overwhelming grace. Every story shares a singular, burning truth. The divine aches for those in exile and rejoices when they return. Christ begins, imagine a woman with 10. What woman possessing 10 silver coins and losing one does not light a lamp, sweep her home, and search tirelessly until she finds it? Luke chapter 15, verse 8. Picture a woman in ancient Judea. She lives in a modest, single-room home built of rough stone with no windows to let in natural light. The floor is uneven dirt covered in dry straw and thick dust. Inside her home, it is dim and shadowy, a difficult place to see anything that isn't in plain sight. The woman owns 10 silver drachmas. To us, a single coin seems trivial, but to this forgotten soul, it is everything. Each drachma represents survival, roughly a full day's wage for a common laborer. But to her, it means far more. Perhaps these coins are her bridal dowry, a sacred symbol of her marriage, her security, and her identity. And now one is gone. Or perhaps it represents her life savings, carefully kept to provide for her most basic needs. The moment she realizes it is missing, her heart sinks. She counts them. 9. She counts again, still only 9. Panic takes hold. This silver is not just money. It represents her security, her worth. Instantly, she springs into action. She refuses to ignore the loss or pretend she is fine with only 9. To her, that single coin is everything. First, she must light a lamp. In an ancient world without electricity, preparing an oil lamp is a deliberate act. She fills the clay vessel with olive oil, adjusts the wick, and strikes a flame. Instantly, the dark room is bathed in a soft golden glow. Flickering shadows dance across the walls, but she remains completely focused. Armed with the lamp, she begins to sweep the house. The rough broom of twigs scrapes softly against the dirt floor. She works methodically, her eyes searching the shadows. Dust rises in the warm light, but she does not stop. She pushes aside heavy furniture, overturns wooden baskets, and inspects every dark corner where the silver might have fallen. The search is relentless. She drops to her hands and knees, feeling through the straw and cold dirt with her fingers. Her mind races. Where could it be? Did I drop it while working? Did it roll into some deep crack in the floor? Still, she keeps searching, carefully refusing to stop because this coin is far too precious to lose. Hours pass, and sweat beads on her brow. Then suddenly a faint silver glimmer catches her eye in the lamp light. She reaches into the dirt, her heart pounding, and her fingers close around the cold, familiar shape of the coin. I found it, Jesus continues, and when she finally recovers her lost treasure, she calls her friends and neighbors together, saying, "Rejoice with me, for I have found my lost coin." Luke 15, verse 9. She does not just quietly pocket the coin and move on. No, she bursts through her door, calling to her neighbors. Her voice rings with excitement, echoing down the narrow streets of the village. "Come celebrate with me! I found my lost coin!" The women gather, their faces lighting up as they hear her story. They understand what that silver meant to her, and they rejoice alongside her. Laughter and relief fill the air. The search was exhausting, but the joy was worth everything. Then Jesus delivers the true spiritual meaning of this ancient parable. In the same way I tell you, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over even one sinner who repents. Luke chapter 15, verse 10. Let those profound words sink in. Jesus is revealing the heart of God. Just as this woman refuses to abandon her lost coin, God refuses to abandon a single soul. To Him you are precious. Every struggle matters. When even one lost soul turns back, heaven erupts in celebration. The angels rejoice, and the halls of eternity echo with joy. This is not some quiet, distant event. It is a triumphant, overflowing joy that cannot be contained. To God, finding you is worth everything. This parable of the lost drachma teaches us three powerful truths. First, she did not ignore the loss because she knew its value. In the same way, God sees each of us as infinitely valuable. To Him, no one is insignificant, and no one is beyond redemption. Second, she searched carefully, lighting a lamp and sweeping the house, refusing to stop until it was found. This reflects a love that searches tirelessly for the lost, no matter how hidden or forgotten they may feel. Finally, her celebration mirrors the intense joy of heaven when we return. All of heaven celebrates not out of duty, but with overwhelming joy. God's delight in finding you is deeply personal. What does this parable mean for us today? First, it challenges us to recognize our true worth in God's eyes. Have you ever felt invisible, lost, or completely forgotten? This story reminds you that God is actively searching for you. You are not overlooked. You are precious, and He will not stop until you are found. Second, it calls us to reflect that same love. Are there people in your life, friends, family, co-workers, who seem lost or far from God? Like the woman searching for her coin, are you willing to pursue them with love, patience, and prayer? Finally, it invites us. Why does a soul's return trigger our deepest resentment? When the lost are found, do we join the heavenly feast or stand on the sidelines, locked out of the joy of redemption. Look inside. Are you the lost coin, hidden in the dark, waiting for the light? Are you the restless seeker, desperate for what was lost? Or the neighbor standing at the door, invited to celebrate? This ancient parable of the lost coin exposes a cosmic pursuit, a love that is relentless, a force unbound by our failures. It demands we believe we are seen, hunted down by grace and cherished. It whispers that no matter how deep our exile, we are never truly out of reach. These ancient whispers of Jesus echo through our modern minds like seeds dropped into the dark earth of our consciousness, shattering illusions. Each story holds a mirror to our souls. Some of us are the wandering sheep, the buried coin, or the exiled prodigal son dragged from the shadows by a love that refuses to let go. Others feel a heavy call to burn like lamps on a high stand, stewarding the mysteries of existence, or begging for justice like the widow who simply refused to yield, to break. Look closely at your own life. Which story mirrors your current crisis? Is it the sower scattering seed, forcing you to confront the shallow, rocky ground of your own mind? Or the terrifying debt of the unforgiving servant, warning you of the poison of resentment? Maybe it is the haunting invitation of the great banquet, where the master summons the outcasts, and you suddenly feel the desperate weight of your own refusal and your duty to invite others. Will you step into the light? Will you allow truth to pierce your inner shadows? Or tend to the fragile seeds buried in your chest, tearing out the thorns of anxiety and greed? Will you forgive, pray without ceasing, and pour your soul into eternity? Remember this profound truth. You are not a spectator in this cosmic drama. You have a role written in the ancient dust. You are the soil, the vine, the steward, the seeker, and the suffering servant. The voice that uttered these mysteries 2,000 years ago is whispering to you today, demanding a life of ultimate meaning, fierce love, and quiet watchfulness. If this journey into the psychological depth of Scripture has shaken you and opened your eyes to the secrets of the kingdom, pass this light to another traveler. Perhaps there is a friend drowning in despair, a prodigal wandering the cold streets of exile, or a neighbor longing for an invite to the sacred feast. You can be the compass that points them home. May these timeless mysteries draw you closer to the divine center, revealing that the kingdom is not some distant future myth, but a burning, immediate choice. Let these ancient maps guide your steps this week. Watch as they quietly reshape your desires, your choices, and the reality of the world around you. If you have ears to hear, then listen. Go forth now, living out these sacred truths with courage, conviction, and absolute joy.